Chapter 955. Thank you for your advice. The old man in luxurious robes sighed softly, then changed the topic and asked, We understand what Miss Guan has said. Before we discuss and come up with an answer for Miss Guan, may I ask what your identity is in the northern region? Can your words today represent the attitude of the northern region? If we work for the northern region and end up with our families broken, wouldn't that be a joke? The attitude of the northern frontier had been expressed, and the conditions had been listed. Life and death were decided in an instant. Under such circumstances, they had no room to bargain. But before that, they had to confirm Guan Zhaoshen's identity. If Guan Zhaoshen said she didn't have the final say, wouldn't they have given it for nothing? The Xinwu dynasty's territory isn't small. After Lei Qiuxing usurped the throne, he even expanded it slightly. But overall, it's divided into 4 regions. One is the northern frontier bordering the Hengduan Mountains. Another is the Shuangjian dynasty's north, the central plains bordering the Qinjiang dynasty, and the south where you lived before. Among them, the central plains is the most stable, the south is the most prosperous, the north is the most vast, and the northern frontier is the most bitter. But now, the northern frontier and the north are both under the rule of the northern frontier. The two can be called the north, and this region is led by the king of the northern frontier, Li Zhong. As for the remaining central plains and south, as you know, our dragon king doesn't like trouble, so he won't show his power in front of others. He only needs to grasp the weakness of us humans and become the god of royalty. So, even if the northern frontier swallows the central plains and south, they won't establish a unified dynasty. After all, there are so many factions in the northern frontier now. It's fine to be under Li Zhong when they're all huddled together, but when the territory grows bigger, they'll definitely split up. After all, if they sleep in the same bed and dream different dreams for too long, there'll definitely be unforeseen events. Therefore, not long after, the king of the central plains and the king of the south will appear one after another. The 3 of them will unite to form the entire northern frontier. However, without the Dragon King's command, although the 3 of them are united, they'll still do things their own way. Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fists, a faint smile on his lips as he said in a deep voice, The candidate for the king of the central plains has been decided. When the time comes, the head of the Ether Association, Jiu Wuying, will lead the Ether Association to the central plains to establish a dynasty. The candidate for the king of the south has not been decided yet. It requires achievements, connections, and reputation. If I put it this way, do you understand why the Ether Association is helping me, and why I will go against the great strategy of the northern frontier, and give everyone a way out? Hiss! The sound of gasps could be heard again. Everyone had their own astonishment. For example, the leader of the Ether Association, a huge organization that was above the entire dark forces in the south, was actually the former crown prince of the Thousand Swords dynasty who had been dragged into hell before he could ascend to the throne. This was a huge organization that had been created right under Lei Qiuxing's nose. Of course, there were also those who were astonished by Lin Yuan's generosity. Dividing a dynasty into 3 dynasties. As long as Lin Yuan existed, the 3 would definitely be united and defend against external insults. However, a dynasty could not be compared to a dynasty. Even if they were given 10,000 years to develop, the 3 sides would still restrain and balance each other. No one could challenge Lin Yuan's authority. And this method of dividing the dynasties not only did not weaken the overall strength of the northern frontier, it also separated the different factions, so as to prevent the northern frontier's upper echelons from falling apart due to political differences. Such generosity and boldness were far from what ordinary people could compare to. If that was the case, the eyes of a group of southern cultivators immediately burned. This empress who had her family ruined and her family killed, and went to the northern frontier undoubtedly had huge ambitions. She did not want to be ruled by Li Zhong, so she sought riches and danger, and tried to become the future queen of the south. When the time came, there would be 3 kings. With Li Zhong being the oldest and having the deepest foundation, the central plains and the south would definitely have to work together to resist him. Therefore, Jiu Wuying would definitely support Guan Zhaoshen to ascend to the throne. The Northern Frontier Academy? The Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce? Who knew if the Central Plains and the South would follow suit and build similar organizations? When that time came, whether they went to the Central Plains or stayed in the South, they would be able to transform from unorthodox cultivators into the upper echelons of one of the 3 dynasties in the future. Since Miss Guan said so, I understand. Sun Xingzi chuckled and said, from today onwards, the Yangji sect will be disbanded. When this is over, we will definitely support Miss Guan to ascend to the throne of the South. Miss Guan is a Southerner. If there is to be a queen, it will definitely be Miss Guan. We will definitely support you. Me too. Immediately, the elders of the South all spoke up. Who didn't want power? Who wanted to leave their home? The throne of the northern frontier had already been decided. They had nothing to do with Li Zhong, so they would definitely not be able to gather enough merit to ascend to the throne. However, if they could build a relationship with Guan Zhaoshan and Jiu Wuying, it did not matter if they disbanded their sects or weakened the aristocratic families. They would enter the circle of the northern frontier. When the time came, would the northern frontier subtly influence them? Or would they not listen to orders and make the Central Plains and the South independent? Wouldn't it all depend on their own abilities? This Guan will remember everyone's kindness. If that day really comes, this Guan will definitely not forget everyone's joint efforts. Lin Yuan cupped his fists at everyone, and the smile on his face gradually became warm. Eliminating the ambitions of the South's cultivation world, breaking up their unity, and even making them kill each other for benefits and power. On this day, he had already thoroughly planted the seeds. He was only waiting for the northern frontier's army to descend to the south to reap the harvest. Boiling the frog in warm water and burning the boat were 2 diametrically opposed strategies. Anyone who had the means would choose the former. Lin Yuan was no exception. As for whether the Central Plains and the South would listen to orders and not listen to orders, or whether Lin Yuan would maintain his divine majesty and descend to the South, it was not something these people who were full of tricks could decide. No matter how cunning they were, could they fight against the combined forces of Jiu Wuying, whose life was in Lin Yuan's hands, and Lin Yuan himself? It was impossible. Just wait for death. They coveted the resources that Yi Qingyu had given them, and they also wanted the path of survival that the northern frontier had given them. Now they were still not satisfied and wanted to get their hands on the northern frontier's authority. Such scum had no value in living. It was better to cut them all down and use them as nutrients to nourish the soil of the northern frontier. After the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiu Wuying walked up to Lin Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, Dragon King, for getting what you wanted. Not only did you ruin the Sky Demon's plan to descend to the south to search for carriers and have a decisive battle with the northern frontier, but you also defeated the alliance of the South's cultivation world without shedding a drop of blood. The establishment of a lie requires countless lies to make up for it." Lin Yuan's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Now, you should pretend to fully support me. Instead of wasting time, you should lead the Ether Society to a massacre." Chapter 956. At the end of this month, the entire South seemed to be covered in a layer of blood. After Lin Yuan changed the terms of the bet, the noble families and sects that had signed their names were all massacred. It was not that the Ether Society was strong. After all, since these factions dared to sign this bet, they naturally had plans to shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, when they joined forces, not only were they not inferior to the Ether Society, their combined strength was even stronger. But the problem was that after Lin Yuan expressed his stance, they would not only have to face the Ether Society. After knowing that Guan Zhaoshan was going to be the Southern King, and with the help of the Ether Society and the remnants of the Jiao clan, even the factions that had previously stayed out of the matter seemed to have gone crazy and participated in this massacre. If they could successfully get on the good side of the future Southern King, the benefits they could obtain would be so great that it would make people green with envy. With the cooperation of the Ether Society and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, with the bounty of points, the members of these factions were like demonic beasts that the demon-subduing Master Guild had put a bounty on. Even if they wanted to drink water, they had to first test whether the water was poisoned. They had to keep one eye open even when they slept, afraid that they would be assassinated unknowingly. With the cooperation of the Southern Forest Alliance, it would be a joke even if they wanted to send the old, weak, women and children away. Due to Lin Yuan's outburst in Julu City, the children who were below the height of a wheel and infants in swaddling clothes could live, but they would be adopted and taught. Forget about avenging their clansmen or sex when they grew up. They would probably even forget their own names in a few years. Although they could preserve their bloodline, it was no different from dying out. As for the adults, or the young boys and girls who had already begun to remember, no one showed them the slightest bit of pity. Noble families and sects were such existences. When the factions they belonged to were prosperous, even if you were just a side branch or a servant, you could still make the rogue cultivators and mortals respect you when you walked out and revealed your identity. You could even obtain all kinds of conveniences and benefits when you went about your business. However, if the factions they belonged to were unlucky, all of them would be unlucky as well. No one could stay out of the matter. Slaughter, slaughter, endless slaughter. The cooperation of the entire southern cultivation world had almost cut off all paths of survival for these factions. Even the demon sect, who had always wanted to stir up trouble in the south, and the sky demon, who was moving their main forces south, kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to take the initiative to participate in this matter. After all, the words Northern Frontier were the biggest deterrent to Sky Demon. The Sky Demon did not go south for the sake of obtaining more carriers, because they did not have enough carriers to start the final battle with the Northern Frontier. It was not that they had let go of the Northern Frontier, but that they had suffered heavy losses under the various tactics of the Northern Frontier. They had no choice but to give up their offensive posture in order to maintain the stalemate between the two sides. Otherwise, after a period of time, it would not be them attacking the Northern Frontier, but the army of the Northern Frontier going south to slaughter the Sky Demon. Yes, slaughter. Among the Sky Demon who had invaded the Shinwu dynasty, there were new Sky Demons, and there were also old Sky Demons who had invaded several worlds. It was not that they had never seen an existence that could kill a Sky Demon, but it was really the first time they had seen a faction like the Northern Frontier, where everyone could kill a Sky Demon. If it were not for the fact that the two sides were still in a stalemate and the war had not yet concluded, there might have been Sky Demon who could not hold back and rushed out of the Shinwu dynasty's sphere of influence to surrender to the Elysium Guardians. After all, being captured and sealed for hundreds of years and being completely killed were two completely different concepts. As for whether the Elysium Guardians would hand over the Sky Demon that they had sealed to the Northern Frontier to deal with? What a joke. There were so many Sky Demons sealed on the Tianwu continent. Even if the builders of some forbidden areas had passed away, and outsiders had no way of retrieving the items that sealed the Sky Demon, that did not mean that the Elysium Guardians had lost control over all the Sky Demon. However, up until now, there were so many so-called seal-breaking Sky Demons that had caused the Elysium Guardians unspeakable suffering. Which faction would send their sealed Sky Demon to the Northern Frontier to be slaughtered? Although the Sky Demon was ruthless and bloodthirsty, he was not a fool. There were already higher-ups in the Sky Demon who had realized that the Northern Frontier had most likely already had an irreconcilable conflict with the Elysium Guardians. However, the conflict between the Northern Frontier and the Elysium Guardians was one thing, but the two sides would not fight because of this. Right now, the Sky Demon had just changed their strategic target, and the members of the Northern Frontier had appeared in the south. To the Sky Demon, this was undoubtedly bad news. When the sun set, Lin Yuan, who had settled down in the headquarters of the Ether Society, picked up the bronze wine bottle in front of him and drank all the wine in one gulp. His expression was somewhat gloomy. According to the embroidered uniform guard's intelligence, the Sky Demon had already arrived in the south. However, he had caused such a huge commotion in the south. Not only did the Sky Demon not take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, he had even temporarily let go of some of the southern cities that he was about to take down. He had gathered his troops and retreated 15 kilometers outside the city, as if he wanted to see what was going on in the coastal areas before making his next move. This also meant that the Sky Demon did not know about the trouble that the Northern Frontier was currently facing. They had deployed their troops in the south, But because of Guan Zhaoshan's identity as a member of the northern frontier, they had stopped. It was obvious that they were wary of the methods of the northern frontier. They were worried that the chaos in the south this time was because the northern frontier had planned to trap and kill a batch of sky demon. They would also take this opportunity to lure the northern frontier's troops south and watch over the central plains. This was a good thing, but at the same time, it was also a bad thing. Lin Yuan would never forget that previously, a second-generation sky demon with a noble bloodline had escaped into the Hengduan Mountains and disappeared without a trace. Further back, the Purgatory Lu family's old ancestor had also escaped into the Hengduan Mountains after destroying the mountain-blocking city and disappeared without a trace. If this second-generation sky demon still existed in this world, it would be impossible for him not to come out and stir up a storm. At the very least, he would not watch the sky demon army return in defeat at the Wei River without doing anything. If the northern frontier had good weather, Lin Yuan would not have such thoughts. However, there was a shadow demon Su Yan in the northern frontier, and an unknown number of immortals. Those immortals with intelligence had also disappeared. Currently, the only one who was still active was Lei Fan, who had cultivated the scripture of living. The second-generation sky demon, the demonized Feng Tian, the resurrected Lei Fan, the sudden increase in immortals, and the shadow demon Su Yan. These existences that had mysteriously disappeared and mysteriously appeared one after another were constantly reminding Lin Yuan that an invisible net was coming towards him. If he could not find the other party before they took the initiative to show themselves, then he would definitely be doomed. Chapter 957. Who could it be? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The existence hiding in the shadows was definitely not some nameless person. To be able to order Lei Fan and Su Yan around was nothing much. After all, they were just two natives of the Sky Martial continent. To an ancient being, they were just ants that could be destroyed with a wave of their hand. But even Red Cloud Taoist and Drought Demon, these famous ancient beings were played in the palm of the other party. Lin Yuan had even thought that the existence that turned the northern frontier into an underworld was Drought Demon. But the previous confrontation had overturned this point of view. Such methods, such shrewdness, what was that person trying to do? Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. He was not afraid of powerful enemies, because those so-called powerful enemies were just a mountain in front of him. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to climb over the mountain sooner or later and step on the peak of the mountain under his feet. However, the other party's move was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, approaching Lin Yuan little by little, waiting for a good enough time to bite Lin Yuan and inject deadly venom into his body. Lord Dragon King, the chaos in the south has been quelled. No matter what the remaining cultivators are thinking, at least before the problem is solved, they will definitely not have the guts to fall out with the northern frontier. Your subordinate congratulates the Dragon King first. Xiao Wuying's voice sounded from behind him, accompanied by the sound of the black armor rubbing against each other as he walked. It sounded unusually cold and hard. The chaos cannot be considered as a disaster. And among the remaining people, there are many who deserve to die. Many of them will join me, and there may be many who will join you. But my attitude, you should understand it, right? Lin Yuan placed the bronze wine bottle on the table in front of him and replied expressionlessly. Although the Dragon King has given them two ways to survive, whether it is going north or going out to sea, they can avoid the disaster of the Sky Demon. But the Dragon King has said that there is no beginning and no end to the three kings. This also means that there is only one way to survive. Either they obediently go to the northern frontier, come into contact with all the armed forces and cooperate with the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and the Northern Frontier Academy, or they will die. There is no need to say more about the sections. Whether it is in the past, present, or future, the sects of the Northern Frontier will only exist in the form of the Academy and will be directly under the jurisdiction of the Northern Frontier Prince's Mansion. You can allow the sects to integrate into the Northern Frontier Academy, but you will definitely not allow any sects to exist independently of the Academy. Anyone who resists this rule is disloyal and should be killed. As for the aristocratic families, small and medium-sized aristocratic families may be spared, But for the large aristocratic families and even the first-class families to integrate into the northern frontier, it is tantamount to a fool's dream. Even if you are willing to do so, with Li Zhong's methods, you will not be able to suppress them for a while. And aristocratic families are never reasonable. As long as they have a firm foothold, their roots will grow deeper and deeper. So these people must be killed, and at the very least, a large aristocratic family must be divided into different small and medium-sized aristocratic families and placed in different places. Jiao Wuying's gaze turned, and he said loudly. At this point he paused and suddenly changed the topic. He asked doubtfully, "The Dragon King's thoughts are not difficult to guess, but I do not understand why the Dragon King values the Northern Frontier Academy so much." Lin Yuan was slightly startled, and turned his head to look at Jiao Wuying, who was wrapped in pitch-black armor. "What I want to say is that the Dragon King's banning of the sects has always been something that the imperial dynasties could not do. It has both advantages and disadvantages for the imperial dynasties, but overall, the benefits are definitely great, because this will make the imperial dynasties more stable. But similar things can be done by the imperial court, just like how Lei Qiuxing trained Shen Linjun, directly taught by the imperial court and the imperial clan. Not only can it ensure tyrannical fighting power, but it can also guarantee loyalty. If it is like now those sects teach their own things, it is easy for them to learn miscellaneous things, and loyalty will also be a problem. If their teachers are not loyal to the northern frontier, how can these students be loyal to the northern frontier?" Jiao Wuying bowed, and his tone was somewhat resentful, as if he was worried that Lin Yuan would be angry. The Northern Frontier Academy's 100 Schools of Thought debate will indeed cause many students of the academy to learn miscellaneous things, but on the other hand, isn't this also a round of screening? If one doesn't have enough talent, but is well versed in the various schools of thought, then he will definitely be a mediocre person. Such people, even if they are assigned to various positions after graduation, will only be officials. If they are not capable enough, they will not be able to achieve results, and naturally will not be able to be promoted. But they also ensure that there will be no shortage of low-level officials at the bottom, and those who are proficient in one or several schools of thought will naturally stand out very quickly. There is no need to waste time slowly testing how much talent a person has. In addition, it is precisely because the Northern Frontier Academy is gentle with the various sects that we have enough confidence to keep the instructors and deans loyal. Because if they continue to integrate members of the sects, their positions will become more and more unstable. Even if they have hidden some secrets before, as time passes, they will have no choice but to dig out their secrets. Only by cultivating outstanding students can they keep their positions. On the other hand, if you work so hard, will the instructors who join the academy be willing to be under you? Lin Yuan raised the wine pot and poured himself a cup, and said with a cold smile. Furthermore, letting the imperial court directly teach the youths of the northern frontier will definitely cause them to form cliques for their own selfish interests. When their students have formed into a certain scale, they will be like the old officials of the Wanjian dynasty. Even Lei Qiuxing felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, but there was no way to deal with them. So, do you hope that in the future, under your rule, there will be such existences? Jiao Wuying's pupils suddenly shrank. Now everyone knows that as long as one is born in the Northern Frontier Academy, one will be able to hold an iron bowl in the Northern Frontier. However, as time passes, the threshold to enter the Northern Frontier Academy will become higher and higher. It is hard to say what the future of these students, who will not be able to learn for a long time, and come out to serve the Northern Frontier with a skill, will be. But what I can be sure of is that in the Northern Frontier Academy, the better one's aptitude, the more they will learn. The more they learn, the longer they will need to learn. Such people will be the future pillars of the Northern Frontier. So, in the near future, not everyone will have the right to enter the Northern Frontier Academy. Based on their learning progress, the length of time each person will study in the Northern Frontier Academy is different, and the position they hold after graduation will also change. Once again drinking the wine in the wine cup, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Only when all aspects are combined can the Northern Frontier Academy develop better and better. The teachers will do their best, and the students will die for it. Not to mention the loyalty of Shen Linjun and Lei Qiuxing. These students will definitely cherish the position they have earned through years of hard work. In addition, their teachers are not officials, so it will be difficult for them to form cliques for their own selfish interests, right? Chapter 958. Thank you for your advice. Jiao Wuying saluted Lin Yuan with his hands folded in front of his chest. His eyes flashed with joy. It was not that he did not understand the policy of establishing the Northern Frontier Academy, but that he wanted to take this opportunity to test Lin Yuan's attitude. After all, although there was no arrangement for the three kings before, the more Jiao Wuying thought about it, the more he felt that the future structure should be like this. Only in this way could he solve the problem of factions in the Northern Frontier. If Lin Yuan was vague or suppressed him, it meant that Lin Yuan did not intend to give him power in the future. But if Lin Yuan was willing to discuss such a matter with him, it meant that the Three Kings theory was indeed true. He would indeed become the king of the Central Plains after he led the troops south from the northern frontier. Although his power was not comparable to that of the Emperor of 10,000 Swords back then, the northern region relied on Lin Yuan. Even if he was only the ruler of a dynasty, his authority was not comparable to that of the Emperor of 10,000 Swords back then. The joy in Jiao Wuying's eyes could not be hidden from Lin Yuan's perception. And Lin Yuan did not point it out. He just waved his hand casually and said indifferently, "I heard that Emota of the Endless Sea has returned. This means that the dissimulated man of the Endless Sea does intend to cooperate with us to obtain the deep sea area. Lead him to see me." War had always been a very metaphysical thing. Just like the Song dynasty in the history of his previous life, from the perspective of later generations, it was as weak as the Song dynasty. But at that time, it actually had the best military strength in the world. Whether it was the quality of the soldiers, the weapons and equipment, or the organization of the army, it was the best in the world. But it was defeated in every battle. Behind this was nothing more than the calculations of some people. After a long period of defeat, deserters and defeated soldiers had taken over the mainstream. Those who dared to fight and could fight had actually died on the battlefield. But in history, when the Song dynasty and the Liao dynasty fought, those with less than 100 people won, and those with more than 100 people lost. This was because as long as there was a large-scale war, individual courage was almost negligible. And all the soldiers thought that even if they did not run, their comrades would choose to run. Then what was the point of fighting? It was so in the Song dynasty, and so was the increasingly decadent Liao dynasty. Therefore the Jurchens, who fought their way out of the barren hills and turbulent rivers, created the legend of the Jurchens are invincible when they are not 10,000 strong. However, scheming was an everlasting theme. No matter who it was very difficult to overcome this hurdle. It was just like how generals who were good at war often died on the execution ground. This time, Lin Yuan used Guan Zhaoshan to contact the sea monsters, because the dragon race of the Four Seas had joined forces with the Sea Monster Guild to scheme against him. However, he turned around and joined forces with the sea monsters to beat them at their own game. He planned to give the dragon bloodline sea monsters a ruthless blow. But aside from this, how could the sea monsters not scheme against each other? The dragon race of the Four Seas had suffered greatly in the fight against the Great Old Ones. Of course, they had taken the initiative to hide the news, but did the Siren Guild and those powerful Siren tribes really not notice at all? But that might not be the case. You schemed against me, I schemed against you. Since Emota had turned back to the south to see him this time, it meant that the demon beasts in the outer seas had reached a consensus. They had chosen to temporarily live in harmony and join forces to attack the dragon clan of the Four Seas, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, and the Sea Demon Guild, whose demonic hearts were not united. It could be that they were scheming against each other. Which clan was responsible for which region? Who was going to gnaw on those tough bones? After the war ended, if some of the clans suffered heavy losses, would the other clans continue to fulfill the previous agreement? It didn't take long for Emota to appear in Lin Yuan's line of sight under the leadership of Jiao Wuying. Subsequently, Jiao Wuying bowed slightly and left the room. His humble posture was difficult to pick on from the beginning to the end. Obviously, after testing Lin Yuan's attitude, This former crown prince had finally begun to face up to his achievements in the south. Since General has turned back, you must have brought me good news, right? Lin Yuan looked at Emota with a smile and said softly. Emota was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, "Yes, I went back to pay a visit to His Majesty." After His Majesty learned of the Dragon King's thoughts, he also met with the majesties of the other forces. Now that the demon beasts in the outer seas have stopped fighting, when the Dragon King has prepared the transmission formation, he can send a signal. At that time, the allied forces formed by the demon beasts in the outer seas will certainly completely defeat those rotten Dragon King's rights and interests in the endless sea. Yes, the demon beasts in the outer seas were dying for it. Not only did they want to defeat the dragon blood demonic beasts to avenge the years of oppression and humiliation, but they also didn't simply want to occupy the deep sea region. There were 3 demon veins in the world. The strongest was the endless sea, followed by the Hengduan mountain range, and the weakest was the southern wilderness demon land. If it weren't for the mysterious demon Venerable, the southern wilderness might not even be as good as the northern frontier. However, in the past 3 years, the comprehensive strength of the Hengduan mountain range had been improving rapidly. Although the gap between the 3 demon veins was huge and couldn't be closed in a few years, with the existence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce, the speed of improvement of the demon beasts in the Hengduan mountain range was far from what the other 2 demon veins could compare with. This was also the case even if the southern wilderness had the money-squandering dens and the gentle villages that extracted chi essence into elixirs. Otherwise, how could the demon Venerable casually bare his fangs to the northern frontier after remaining aloof for so many years? The demon beasts in the outer seas couldn't wait for the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to enter the endless sea. In this way, they could exchange all the resources they needed in the most convenient way, just like the demon beasts in the Hengduan mountain range. They didn't need to rely on luck like before. Lin Yuan stared at Emota and made 3 nasal sounds in a row. There was a faint smile in his heterochromatic eyes. Of course, we demon beasts are particular about repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. Emota was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "This time, Your Excellency has been ordered by the Dragon King to stop the war in the outer seas. This is a great favor to us, and has also given us the opportunity to attack the deep sea. This is also a great favor. Merely protecting the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce that the Dragon King built in the endless sea is naturally not enough to repay the Dragon King's kindness. Therefore, once the war starts, we will cut off all contact with the southern wilderness. If the southern wilderness attacks the northern frontier, we won't sit idly by. The demon beasts in the outer seas will be the Dragon King's most loyal allies. Other than this, if Your Excellency has any other requests, you may as well tell me. As long as they aren't too excessive, Emota can promise them on behalf of all the emperors." The southern wilderness's money-squandering dens and gentle villages were indeed good. However, that demon Venerable had been monopolizing them for many years. Even if there were outflows, the price was extremely expensive. It was far less popular than the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce's development of an area that would benefit everyone. Therefore, when the question of befriending the northern frontier or the southern wilderness was raised, no one would choose the southern wilderness. Chapter 959. I've already made my request. The cultivation world in the south will soon be empty. Moreover, I have no intention of stationing a strong army in the south for the time being. Whether it's the Azure River Empire or the southern wasteland demon Venerable, they're not worth my time to deal with. It'll be as easy as flipping my hand to deal with them after I've settled the matter at hand. Therefore, during this period of time, I don't wish for the demonic beasts in the endless sea to cause trouble for me. I'm not asking you to help me attack the southern wasteland. I only ask that you maintain a stance of not offending the south. The things you need will naturally fall into your hands after the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce operates. In addition, although you're full of confidence in this war, the outcome is hard to predict. No one can say for sure. Therefore, I've found some reinforcements for you. They're part of the cultivators who were originally cultivating in the south. Although they're not as good at water battles as the aquatic demonic beasts, they're not weak in water either. If they're supplemented by special artifacts, they'll be able to exert considerable power in water battles. I plan to temporarily place these people on some islands in the endless outer sea. I'll have to trouble you to go back and inform the Allied forces, so that they won't have internal strife before they even face the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. Lin Yuan cupped his fists at Emota, then took out 2 white beads of different sizes and said in a deep voice, "Once this small bead is crushed, it can be used to construct a temporary transmission array. Regardless of realm, it can allow more than 1,000 demonic beasts to pass through and reach the city of trade established by the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce in the Willowstone Sea region. When you're ready, you can send in a batch of elites through this array. Firstly, it'll help the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce resolve the hidden danger of the sunken reef. Secondly, with these demonic beasts as scouts, I'll let you keep in touch regularly. Therefore, you don't have to worry that I'll deceive you with this matter. I'll have to trouble you to make the arrangements." Emota put away the 2 beads. Then he turned his gaze and asked doubtfully, "What's the use of this large bead? If it's also used to construct a transmission array, isn't it a little too small?" The large bead was about twice the size of the small cylinder. Both were made of the same material. If their functions were the same, it meant that this large bead could only allow 2,000 to 3,000 demonic beasts to enter the deep-sea region at most. But what about the 1,000 demonic beasts from before? Such strength was not enough to take down the great Willowstone wall built by the dragon race of the 4 seas. Unless these 3,000 demonic beasts were all at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, or even the Ancestor Demon realm. However, even if all the powerful demonic beasts in the outer sea were to gather together, they still wouldn't be able to gather so many experts. Moreover, they couldn't possibly trust the other party's words so easily and let the various patriarchs and even some of the leaders of the Allied forces risk their lives, right? This big bead is not used to build a temporary teleportation array. Besides, it's useless for you to crush it. It will only work if I crush the other bead here. By then, the bead in your hand will tell the Dragon King your coordinates. The Dragon King will then be able to summon the supreme power to build a teleportation array that can allow the army of demon beasts to pass through. Once it succeeds, the Willowstone defense line built by the dragons of the 4 seas will be as good as nothing. Lin Yuan bowed slightly and said with a smile, "The northern frontier doesn't have many deployments in the endless sea. Even in the face of a pirate gang at the level of the sunken reef, we are helpless. Therefore, in the coming war, it will be very difficult for us to help you. Therefore, helping you cross the Willowstone defense line is the sincerity of the northern frontier. I will report your words truthfully to the monarch. When we are ready, we will send people to deal with the sunken reef." Emota nodded, then hugged his 2 pectoral fins together and said in a deep voice, "Since we have come to an agreement, I won't disturb you any further. We, the demon beasts of the outer sea, are definitely the most loyal allies of the northern frontier. Please rest assured, Your Excellency." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. After watching Emota leave, he cleared his throat. Dressed in black armor, Jiao Wuing once again strode in through the door. He saluted Lin Yuan with cupped fists and did not speak, silently waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. "I have already had the embroidered uniform guard draw up a list, so you don't need to worry about it. For those cultivators who want to go out to sea to avoid this calamity and return to the south after this matter is over, or who want to join our sect, this is the list. Go and prepare a ship. Sail according to the sea chart I gave Qin Ping. Along the way, there will be monster beasts from the outer sea guiding the route. Once they have been sent to their destination, you will also lead people north and investigate a matter for me. If this matter is completed, I will give you everything you deserve. As for what to do after you return, just act according to the circumstances. There is no need for you to listen to Li Zhong's orders. If he makes things difficult for you, just say it is my intention." Lin Yuan took out a stack of yellow-oiled paper from his clothes and gently placed it on the table in front of him. In the end, he added, "This body will be temporarily with you. Find a safe house that hasn't been used before and store it there. After you leave, remember to seal the entrance and exit. Don't give the sky demon any chance to take advantage of it. The last sentence he added was the main point. No one knew the strength of Guan Zhaoshan's body better than Lin Yuan. Even Guan Zhaoshan herself was like this. If the sky demon obtained this body and used the power that Lin Yuan had established in the south, it wouldn't take long before all of Lin Yuan's arrangements in the south would be completely disrupted. It might even directly cut off Lin Yuan's path back to the northern frontier. Even though the body of a deity was not so easy to obtain, there was always a possibility. If it was placed in a sealed underground space, there wouldn't be that sky demon bored enough to burrow underground to play. When the voice fell, Lin Yuan was already lying on the table in front of him. The blue and white color in his eyes quickly faded. Although there were still physical instinctive reactions such as breathing, there was no longer any vitality in his eyes that gradually revealed a dark color. Jiao Wuying acted as if he didn't see Lin Yuan's consciousness leave. He still maintained a bowing posture and replied solemnly, "Yes." When he bowed to the end, Jiao Wuying slowly straightened his body. He took off the pitch-black mask on his body, revealing a normal human face. Staring at the vegetative Guan Zhaoshan, Jiao Wuying's face gradually revealed a sinister smile. Hiss! The snake's tongue slid out, and poisonous saliva dripped down, corroding a small hole in the wooden floor. "If I were you, I wouldn't choose to do that." Chen Ping's indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind Jiao Wuying. There was a touch of laziness in his tone. Not only will it not solve the problem, but it will also make the black Jiao guarding the endless sea vigilant. It's not good for the overall situation, so you need to continue to be dormant and wait for a suitable opportunity to give it a fatal blow. Migu Cup begs ***, search Migu Cup, male style on the homepage. Scroll down, and you will see the evolution starting from the giant python. Everyone has a free ticket. Chapter 960. Hibernate. Continue to hibernate? What is the use of hibernating? Jiao Wuying's face darkened as he turned his head. With a cold face he said, "Thanks to this black dragon, I have become neither human nor ghost. Even the person behind you has no way to get rid of the strange poison in my body. Does this not mean that other than being a dog obediently, there is no way for me to survive? Since I am going to die anyway, I might as well mess up his plan in the south. When the endless sea is in chaos, I will completely cut off his path to the north. Then I can be with him. Return to end." Chen Ping shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Let me correct you. It is not that the one behind me cannot get rid of the blood poison in your body. It is that you cannot bear the pain. If you can maintain your consciousness at the critical point of death, then the one behind me can instantly change the blood in your body. So what? Besides, we have already helped you get rid of the poison of the dragonization root, and restored your appearance to a normal person. This has already shown enough sincerity. Do you really want to mess up the overall situation because of a moment of anger?" Jiao Wuying coldly snorted and put on the black helmet again. He said coldly, "Sincerity? Until now, I still do not know what the one behind you is planning. You say you want to kill the black Jiao, but you are protecting him everywhere. But you first messed up the northern frontier, and then plotted against the south. I do not see the slightest bit of sincerity." Chen Ping was silent for a while. Then he coldly laughed and gently waved his hand. "You and I are frogs at the bottom of the well. In the eyes of such a powerful person, we are only one or two idlers. How can a chess piece guess what the chess piece is thinking? Forget it, forget it. Everything ends here. You ask for freedom, I ask for freedom. As long as we can achieve our goal in the end, why should we care about what that person is planning?" Jiao Wuying still had a cold face and said expressionlessly, "It is easy to say. How do I know that if I sincerely help you, I will not become a chess piece in the hands of the black Jiao and become a chess piece in the hands of the one behind you? No one is forcing you to believe it." Chen Ping's expression changed to one of glee. He took a step forward and instantly came to Jiao Wuying's side. He reached out and put his arm around Jiao Wuying's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Let's go. You know that person's temper is not good. If you are impulsive today, perhaps what you want is not the so-called freedom. Endless Sea, Willowstone Sea Area, City of Trade. Lin Yuan's body, which was maintained at a height of around 10 meters, slowly opened his eyes. Blue and white light blossomed, and as his body moved, his gradually stiffening body began to move. He muttered. Jiao Wen's brain. I told it to maintain my body's temperature, but it only knows how to do this. It's not smart at all. Doesn't it know to find someone to give me a massage from time to time to move my blood? How can I please my superiors like this? When can I become the true king of the gray-scaled flood dragon people? Sighing, Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. Currently, the gray-scaled flood dragon people were developing in an orderly manner. However, it was basically supported by Lin Yuan's divine sense clone and Cyrus. Jiao Wen, the true king of the gray-scaled flood dragon people, was more like a handyman who dealt with all the trivial matters. According to this trend, Lin Yuan really could not make up his mind to give the gray-scaled flood dragon people, which was growing day by day, to Jiao Wen. Father God, you're awake. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Jiao Wen, who was wearing casual clothes, walked into the palace where Lin Yuan's body was. After pushing the door open, his eyes met with Lin Yuan's, and his face immediately filled with joy. Yes, the problems outside have all been solved. When we're ready, crush this pearl. When the time comes, there will be foreign sea monsters that will come to the city of trade through the teleportation formation. Just leave the sunken reefs outside to them. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a white pearl. Then he gently swung his tail and said, Also, you have to grasp the timing yourself. Don't ask for Cyrus' help, and I won't give you any suggestions. You should know that I will leave the endless sea soon, and the responsibility of the gray-scaled flood dragon people will eventually fall on your shoulders. Remember, you are the king of the gray-scaled flood dragon people, and Cyrus is only a strategist who will assist you. It won't be moved by the life and death of any gray-scaled flood dragon people. Perhaps you won't either, but this is your innate responsibility. King? Jiao Wen held the white pearl that Lin Yuan gave him, and a confused expression appeared on his face. He didn't understand what a king was. As one of the last clans created by Lin Yuan, Jiao Wen wasn't interested in authority. He was more like a devout believer than the king of a clan. In his eyes, serving Lin Yuan was even more important than maintaining the reproduction of the clan. If it wasn't for the fact that the larger the clan of gray-scaled flood dragon people was, the more faith power Lin Yuan could obtain, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all. If you don't understand what a king is, you can ask Taimu. Lin Yuan sighed and said earnestly, when you can distinguish your own desires and the clan's desires, and when you can make a decision between the two, you will understand what this word means to the entire clan. After all, Jiao Wen was a clan created by Lin Yuan himself. In a certain sense, Jiao Wen was like Lin Yuan's child. Currently, the gray-scaled flood dragon people were also developing and reproducing at an extremely fast speed. But their ideas were extremely ancient. There was no room for them to develop their etiquette and culture. Other than maintaining their life functions and the reproduction of their clan, the most important thing for the gray-scaled flood dragon people was to organize a sacrificial ceremony for their father god, Lin Yuan. Through the sacrificial ceremony, they would provide Lin Yuan with additional faith power. For a clan, this was no different from self-destruction. Just like in the game, the Night King could destroy all living things on the continent, but his highest priority was to kill Bran. This was because Bran represented the memories and culture of the humans in the game. As long as these weren't destroyed, the humans wouldn't be destroyed. It wasn't like the gray-scaled flood dragon people right now, where all of them were killed. Even if there were still descendants, they wouldn't be gray-scaled flood dragon people anymore. Taimu. Jiao Wen muttered once again. He and Taimu were two extremes. In order to serve Lin Yuan, he could give up everything he had, whether it was his clan or his emotions. However, Taimu could give up his freedom and dignity for the sake of the reproduction of his clan. When countless siren clans looked down on Lin Yuan, he resolutely stepped onto Lin Yuan's warship. He could even give up his own children, hoping that the brave crab clan could continue to reproduce under Lin Yuan's command, and not be destroyed by the calamity of the old rulers. Chapter 961. Go, I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Lin Yuan waved his tail again and ordered Jiao Yi to leave. After Jiao Yi left, Lin Yuan's eyes gradually dimmed. In fact, he had heard the conversation between Qiao Wuying and Chen Ping. Lin Yuan would not fully trust anyone, not to mention that his road to the north was still stuck in the hands of Qiao Wuying. Once there was a problem with him, he would fall into a situation of eternal damnation at any time. Previously, he only felt that there was an invisible net covering him. From Lei Fan to Qiao Wuying. No, to be more precise, from the moment the ancestor of the Lu family took over Fang Tian's body and disappeared in the Hengduan Mountains, this net had already covered him. Every move and even the hidden schemes were just a play in the eyes of the other party. And now, the other party was gradually unveiling his mysterious veil. The time bombs hidden around him were exposed one by one. Did this mean that the other party was planning to pull the net? Hengduan Mountains. Hengduan Mountains. What kind of secret is hidden in the Hengduan Mountains? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he softly muttered. Although the southern wasteland demon Venerable was mysterious, he could roughly guess his strength. To be able to create a gold squandering cave, a gentle village, and not lose in a direct confrontation with two great empires. Even if this demon Venerable's strength was not at the ancestor demon realm, it was at the peak of the Demon King realm. Whether it was the deep sea region or the outer sea region, the endless sea could be said to be truly powerful. However, the strength of the various sea demon clans also caused them to be in discord. The bloodline discrimination of the Four Seas Dragon clan intensified this series of conflicts. However, without a doubt, as long as the Heavenly Gate's guardian did not suppress them, the endless sea demons could easily destroy the entire Tianwu continent if they worked together. On the contrary, the famous Hengduan Mountains, as the ancestral vein of the land demonic beasts, the final resting place of the ancient demonic beasts, the Hengduan mountain range was the nightmare of countless humans. It was also the battlefield where countless demon slayers fought for fame and fortune. It was also the only superpower in the entire martial heaven world that was only at a slight disadvantage when fighting against the seven empires. But that was where the strangeness lay. The seven great empires were nominally independent empires, but their respective royal families were all puppets supported by the guardians of the heavenly gates. Other than Lei Qiusheng, who had usurped the throne, there was no need to doubt the loyalty of any royal family to the guardians of the heavenly gates. This was because they simply did not have the strength to resist. No matter how good one's aptitude was as the emperor of a dynasty, the limit of one's cultivation realm was only the heavenly dipper realm. This was the rule of the Elysium Guardians, and no one dared to break it. Even the ambitious Lei Qiusheng only dared to nurture a shadow. As for Lin Yuan, he had personally experienced the tyranny of the Heavenly Gate Guardians. Although he had never seen the true upper echelons of this system, just by looking at the attitude of those Dao Initiation Realm cultivators and their disciples, he could infer that these Heavenly Gate Guardians truly viewed themselves as overlords. So here comes the question. On the surface, the strongest existence in the Hengduan mountain range was only the desolate demon realm's beast lord Kiran. Even if it had the bloodline and inheritance of the desolate demon realm, the gap between the realms was not fake. Even if Dao Initiation Realm cultivators were no match for it, would Supreme Realm cultivators be no match for it? Could it be that the Heavenly Gate Guardians did not know how big of a treasure was hidden in the Hengduan mountain range? It was impossible that they did not know. After the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce was established, Lin Yuan had already encountered the Heavenly Gate Guardians before he had even settled his relationship with the other 6 empires. For example, Ding Zai and the others had been lying low for a long time. This meant that they had long coveted the resources in the Hengduan mountain range. It was just that, for some reason, they did not dare to make a move. Incubus is from the desolate demon realm. The 3 beast lords are also from the desolate demon realm. There are also many clan leaders and elders of the other large clans. Although they are not considered weak, in the eyes of the Heavenly Gate Guardians, such strength is as laughable as ants that can be easily crushed. Besides, Incubus, the 3 beast lords and the other demonic beasts of the desolate demon realm, have differences in strength, but that is only the difference in their bloodline and how far they have walked on the path of the desolate demon realm. Then, how are the beast lords and the 3 beast lords divided? Lin Yuan's eyes were gloomy. He murmured again. What kind of existence is secretly maintaining the authority of the Beast Lords and the 3 Beast Lords? For demonic beasts who do not know how to hide their desires, authority, freedom, and resources are all things that they are willing to sacrifice their lives to fight for. Even if the demonic beast imperial court is not as strong as it was in the past, it is not to the extent that there is not a single demonic beast who dares to challenge the authority, right? Even if the Beast Lord Kirin intends to pass down the position of the Beast Lord, the other demonic beast clans have to abide by the rules and compete honestly. They do not dare to use the influence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce to play tricks like me. This was very strange and very unrealistic. Lin Yuan was sure that there was a big secret hidden in the Hengduan Mountains. Incubus knew this secret, the Heavenly Gate Guardians knew it, and the 3 Beast Lords should know it too. However, among the 3 Beast Lords, the Sacred Heart Ape King, who was the most intelligent, and the Colorful Snake Queen, who was the most secretive, were all missing. Only the Honed Ice Wolf King, who was always in charge of foreign wars, was left. He looked as if he had been beaten silly. No matter what he asked, he could not explain it clearly. It was obviously not feasible to ask the higher-ups of the Hengduan Mountains to understand this secret. Then, what about the Heavenly Gate Guardians? Since they were willing to maintain such an honest relationship with the Hengduan Mountains, there was no doubt that they had suffered a lot in the hands of the secret hidden in the depths of the Hengduan Mountains when they were influenced by greed. Even now, they still did not dare to think about the Hengduan Mountains. They only wanted to rely on Lin Yuan to help them. But who should he ask? Those with a low status might not know, and those with a high status might not see him. Troublesome. Moreover, the biggest reason why he wanted to know the identity of the other party was not because he had unknowingly fallen into a dead end, but because he wanted to know if the other party came from the Eldritch world. If it was, then did Red Cloud Taoist and the others know about the existence of such a person? If even these Eldritch world creatures who fled to the Tianwu world did not know about it, then there was only one possibility. That fellow was Hongjuan's lackey. Lord Dragon King, Lord Scarlet from the Sea Demon Association wishes to see you. He said that he has something important to discuss with you personally. Our advice was to no avail. He still insists on seeing you now. The voice of a gray-scaled flood dragon person suddenly rang out from outside the door. However, he did not take any further action. It was obvious that he knew his limits and did not dare to disturb Lin Yuan when he was thinking. If he saw something that he should not see, he would probably die on the spot. Chapter 962. Scarlet was a demonic beast of the Crab Clan in the Endless Sea. It was of the same clan as Blood Lady who had broken into the underwater prison. It was also the demonic beast that Lin Yuan thought looked like Boss Crab. As the demonic beast in charge of the Sea Demon Guild in the City of Trade, Scarlet had never left the Willowstone Sea. Although it did not contribute to the conflicts with the surrounding Sea Demon clans, in the internal affairs of the City of Trade, it cooperated with its subordinates to the extreme. As long as it had free time, it would help to build the city. As for how much of this was because of its conscientious and responsible nature, or because it was worried that its interests would be harmed, perhaps only Scarlet knew. Let it in. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he responded in a clear voice. About 3 minutes later, Scarlet pushed open the door of Lin Yuan's palace and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Dragon King." "Greetings, Dragon King." Lin Yuan's eyes did not have the slightest ripple. He just said indifferently, "The Sea Demon Guild only has a part of the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. The rest of the members were extremely powerful clans before the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas arrived in the Endless Sea. The Whale Clan was slaughtered and expelled, but the Turtle Clan and your Crab Clan served the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and received a lot of rewards. Unless it is a dragon bloodline demonic beast of the Four Seas at the level of the Dragon King of the Four Seas, they would have to be respectful when they see you. So put away that hypocritical etiquette. This king is not a member of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. And I know very well that you big clans have always looked down on the dragon bloodline demonic beasts who came later, let alone this king, a descendant of an outsider." After being torn apart by Lin Yuan, Scarlet was cold for a full 2 minutes before it came back to its senses. It said repeatedly, I don't dare, I don't dare. Whether you dare or not, you know it in your heart. This king doesn't care about this. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and yawned. He said casually, let's lay our cards on the table. Why do you insist on seeing this king today? Scarlet was most likely representing the dragon clan of the Four Seas to have a showdown with the Sea Demon Guild. As one of the leaders of the Sea Demon Guild, although Scarlet valued its own interests, it did not have the courage to refuse an order from above. That was why it insisted on seeing Lin Yuan today. And the Sea Demon Guild. Scarlet hesitated for a moment before she lowered her head and said, the reason I'm here today is to remind the Dragon King that the sunken reefs outside did not accidentally intrude into the Willowstone waters. You should be aware of the current situation as well. The current deep-sea region can no longer withstand the torment. What's more, the sunken reefs are monsters that have been stirring up trouble in the outer seas. If it weren't for the instructions of the dragon bloodline demon beast, they wouldn't even be able to enter the deep-sea region, let alone occupy outside the city of trade and wantonly attack the nearby sea demon tribes. So, Lin Yuan was slightly startled. This opening statement was unexpected, but it seemed reasonable. Although this humble one is weak and unable to help the Dragon King expel the sunken reef pirates, this humble one can be sure that there is an extremely deep scheme behind this matter. I'm afraid that the dragon-blooded beasts are jealous of your cooperation with the Siren Guild, and want to use the sunken reef pirates to pressure you. Once you can't hold on and submit to them, they will open their mouths and ask for the profits of the city of trade from you. Moreover, the more I think about it, the more frightened I am. Although Sunken Reef is famous in reality, they are not even in the top 100 pirate groups in the Endless Sea. If the Dragon King personally takes action to expel Sunken Reef, I am afraid that things will become even more difficult to deal with. As long as the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas does not give up on their evil intentions, they will continue to act in the dark. When she said cause trouble, Scarlet paused. She seemed to be observing Lin Yuan's expression. Seeing that Lin Yuan was panicking, she continued, so I think you can entrust us to deal with the problem of expelling the Sea Demon Guild. First, this is what the Sea Demon Guild should do as an ally. Second, with the Sea Demon Guild's name, even the most ferocious pirate group will be restrained. It's just that you are alone and do not have the strength to help me expel the Sea Demon Guild. But you have a way to contact the Sea Demon Guild and let them send strong people to deal with this matter. But after solving this problem, I have to give a part of the benefits of the City of Trade to the Sea Demon Guild. Right? The panic on Lin Yuan's face disappeared and was replaced by coldness and ridicule. He said in a deep voice, since you are alone and cannot help this king with this matter, then this matter will be much easier. In this king's view, everything has a price. Since you are not worth this price, then this king will take back the contract he signed with you and hand you over to the Sea Demon Guild to deal with this matter. This. Scarlet suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. For a moment, she did not know what to say, because everything she wanted to say was said by Lin Yuan. And then Lin Yuan's way of dealing with it was as terrible as the last straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean by everything has a price? To put it bluntly, the Sea Demon Guild wants to use this matter to obtain the benefits of the City of Trade. Then I will simply give it to them. The part that is not given will definitely not be paid from me, but from Scarlet's benefits. Dragon King, I'm afraid this is against the rules, right? You have signed an agreement with me. If it's like this. Scarlet's eyes kept rolling, as if she was thinking of a way to break out of this situation. Lin Yuan glanced at Scarlet with a cold face and said indifferently, this king is different from ordinary cultivators or monsters. When there is no need to use force to solve problems, I prefer to look at everything with the mindset of a merchant. Perhaps you have seen some merchants who are based on integrity, from human stories and stories, but this king can only say that those are all lies. There are not many merchants in the world who are honest, because merchants are always after profits. You are only worthy to talk about the contract with me if you have value. If you have no value, Seeing Scarlet's angry eyes, Lin Yuan paused and added. However, this king is not a completely untrustworthy person. Since you have breached the contract, this king will soon have someone send the liquidated damages from the northern frontier. As his voice fell, if Scarlet's eyes could condense into something substantial, it was estimated that she would have pierced through Lin Yuan's heart by now. When she first signed the contract, although she thought of the rich benefits of the city of trade, she did not overestimate it too much, for fear of making Lin Yuan unhappy. After all, no matter how powerful a city of trade was, it could only connect more than a dozen sea areas. But when Lin Yuan began to build 2 one-way transmission formations outside the city, she realized how wrong she was. Chapter 963. Dragon King. Scarlet took a deep breath and growled. I already know what to do. Please be magnanimous, Dragon King. The liquidated damages stipulated in the contract were not exorbitant, but it was not a small amount either. However, everything depended on the comparison. Compared with the benefits that Lin Yuan had promised it, the liquidated damages were not even a drop in the bucket. Moreover, when Lin Yuan had said those words, it did not react. However, now that it thought about it, it was clear that Lin Yuan had already known about the plan of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas to join forces with the Sea Demon Guild. Didn't this mean that this Black Jiao had already found a way to solve the sunken reef problem? If it continued to do nothing, it was needless to say whether the contract would be fulfilled or not. Heh, Lin Yuan sneered, got up and swam to Scarlet, and said, to be honest, the Sea Demon Guild has disappointed this king too much. In the early years, you were trampled under the feet of the Whale Clan, and you unwillingly bowed down to them. Later on, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas came and exiled the Whale Clan. Although you took the opportunity to form the Sea Demon Guild, you were still paying tribute to them. In the entire Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, there were not many who looked up to you. And you, even if the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas slapped you in the face, you only dared to smile and think about what you did wrong. Scarlet took a deep breath again, trying to calm down. It wanted to refute Lin Yuan, but it could not organize its words, because the things that the other party said were indeed the doings of the monster clans that had lived in the endless sea since ancient times. It seems that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas is more successful than this king thought. They easily grabbed your throats and made you obedient. Even at this juncture, knowing that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas has suffered great losses, the Sea Demon Guild still did not change what you did. You did not dare to overthrow the rule of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, but you also wanted to overthrow the rule of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. So when the mutants caused the disaster, you had known about this long ago, but you pretended to be ignorant and cooperated with the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas to suppress the spread of information about the mutants. Because you wanted to use the power of the mutants to weaken the power of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, and even secretly instigated the Sea Demon clans to disrespect the rule of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. When I was imprisoned in the undersea prison, your Blood Lady of the Four Seas attacked the undersea prison. She said that she wanted to kill me, but in fact, she was trying to humiliate the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. If you really did it, it would be a big joke. The weak nature of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas would be exposed. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas would be defeated, and your Sea Demon Guild would be almost unharmed. As long as you solve the problem of the mutants, you can become the new overlord of the Endless Sea. Therefore, when the Willowstone Fortress was guarded by many powerful sea demons, except for some who were infected by the aberration, the rest of the sea demons who did not reach the city in time to stop the source of the aberration were all from the Sea Demon Guild. But the problem is that things have already come to this point, and you and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas are at odds. Both sides know what the other side is like now, but you still want to pretend to be polite. You even want to involve the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas to deal with this king. Are you afraid that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas and this king will join hands to deal with you? Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, and he continued, it's really funny and sad. As soon as his voice fell, Scarlet wanted to say something several times, but in the end, she did not say a word. Because what Lin Yuan said was the truth that could not be refuted. Failure is not terrible. As long as you are willing to do it, It doesn't matter if you fail 100 times, because success will be achieved in the end. Lin Yuan spoke again, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He said coldly, "The real terrible thing is stupidity, stupidity without knowing it." In Lin Yuan's eyes, the behavior of the Sea Demon clans was similar to that of Korea during the Warring States period. On the surface, they had been working for Qin for 30 years, but they had been looking for opportunities to stab Qin in the back. When Qin attacked, they begged for mercy, and when they failed to beg for mercy, they threatened. Because Korea was an important place, if Qin did not destroy Korea, it would be difficult for Qin to advance eastward. If they destroyed Korea, they would have to face the allied forces of the other 5 countries at the same time to save Korea. The Sea Demon Guild was like that in the Deep Sea region. They were all natives of the Endless Sea. In the early years, they were not as strong as the Whale clan, but later, they joined forces with the Four Seas Dragon clan and the Whale clan. When the Four Seas Dragon clan succeeded in ascending the throne, they submitted to the Four Seas Dragon clan, while waiting for an opportunity to rebel. It was simply ridiculous. When Lei Qiuxing usurped the throne, only Lu Jingsheng in the entire Myriad Sword dynasty thought highly of him. That was because he did not have a high chance of winning. When the Four Seas Dragon clan defeated the Whale clan, the entire Endless Sea thought highly of the Four Seas Dragon clan, because the Four Seas Dragon clan was powerful. According to the thinking of the Sea Demon Guild's rebellion, even after 1,000,000 years, they would still submit to others. If they encountered an existence like the Great Old Ones, they would not even have the chance to submit to others, because they had always been working together to become strong, not to help the weak. If they wholeheartedly supported the Great Old Ones, joining forces to become strong was naturally nothing. However, if they coveted the throne, joining forces to become strong would be a joke, because the strong would become stronger with the passage of time. Although the major clans were also improving, overall, it was impossible for them to defeat the Great Old Ones who sat on the throne of the Endless Sea. Now that the Four Seas Dragon clan's vitality was greatly damaged, even if they did not have a high chance of winning, and did not dare to attack directly, the Sea Demon Guild should join forces with Lin Yuan at this time, and directly stab the Four Seas Dragon clan's vital points a few times. After both sides destroyed the Four Seas Dragon clan, the Sea Demon Guild would then turn around and pinch Lin Yuan to death. Wouldn't that be a higher chance of winning? But what was the Sea Demon Guild doing? They were joining forces with the Four Seas Dragon clan to scheme against Lin Yuan. Wasn't this a F***king joke? Once the Four Seas Dragon clan obtained the benefits of the City of Trade, they might not be able to recover quickly, but generally speaking, once they had the resources, they could buy or hire. In any case, there were plenty of ways to temporarily increase their strength. At the very least, they could stab the Sea Demon Guild in the back, and let the two sides return to the same line again. In addition to the bloodline gap between the Four Seas Dragon clan and the major clans behind the Sea Demon Guild, it would not be long before the Four Seas Dragon clan overtook the Sea Demon Guild again. They had missed such a good opportunity. At this time, the Sea Demon Guild still ran to Lin Yuan to lay their cards on the table with a complacent look, as if they really thought that they had schemed against Lin Yuan and the Four Seas Dragon clan. But in reality at this time, the army of the Four Seas Dragon clan that came to eradicate the Sunken Reef was probably already near the Willowstone Sea. If the problem of the Sunken Reef was not dealt with as soon as possible, the Four Seas Dragon clan would definitely owe him a favor. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's heart moved. In the perception of the eye of God, hazy white lights lit up from the teleportation circle in the city. Chapter 964. This is, although Scarlet did not have the eye of the god, it was still a demon king after all. Its perception was not weak. In addition, the demons that walked out of the teleportation formation did not suppress their auras, so it was immediately detected by Scarlet. It could not help but exclaim, "Mercenaries here to solve the problem of the Sunken Reef." Lin Yuan looked at Scarlet meaningfully and said, "This is not a problem that I can solve personally. Moreover, I believe that there will not be any pirates or the like coming to the City of Trade." The Outer Sea demons had now begun a truce. Each of them was reorganizing their military, planning to have a good fight with the dragon bloodline demons. The difference in strength between the two sides naturally still existed. Therefore, in addition to their own troops, the Outer Sea demons would undoubtedly hire stray demons and notorious pirate gangs to help in the battle. Even if it could only increase their chances of winning by a little, they would not miss it. Even if the Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Guild of the Four Seas still did not give up, it would be difficult for them to find suitable people to pressure the City of Trade in a short period of time. Even if they wanted to come personally, they would first have to ask Lin Yuan if he was willing. Secondly, a sudden attack by the Outer Sea demons would not allow them to get what they wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan had already swam out. Soon, thousands of Outer Sea demons had already lined up according to their own organization. Almost all of them were from the desolate demon realm. Only a few of them were demon kings, but this small number depended on the comparison. After all, the Sunken Reef's actual population was less than 1,000, and there were more than 20 demon kings guarding it. As the scouts of the Outer Sea demons, the various forces of the Outer Sea demons were naturally even more elite. Lin Yuan only did a rough count, and felt that the number of demon kings in the team was no less than 50. "Hello, Dragon King, it is my pleasure to serve you." A demon beast that looked like a giant salamander stepped out of the crowd, and spoke as it approached Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded softly. Then, with a wave of demonic power, a transparent bead was suspended on the salamander's body. He said indifferently, "This bead is a gadget that I made temporarily. Through it, I can keep in touch with the owner of the other big round bead at any time. I will leave it to you for safekeeping temporarily. This is what I promised before." What the hell did Lin Yuan know about refining? He had only derived some ideas from what he had seen and heard in his previous life. It sounded like it was enough to shock the refiners of this world, but if you let Lin Yuan do it himself, it would be no different from a piece of trash. It was just a porter. Spending the power of incense in a reasonable manner, in order to obtain the greatest benefit with the least benefit. After all, when a precious resource was not used by others and was only accumulated, it would eventually become useless. The salamander-like demon beast grinned and stretched out its claws to take the bead. It said in a deep voice, "Dragon King, please rest assured that we will definitely guard this sea area like an iron bucket. No matter who comes, don't even think about making trouble for the Dragon King." Scarlet stared blankly at the thousands of demon beasts that appeared in the square of the City of Trade, its eyes showing a look of disbelief. There were more than 50 demon kings, and the rest of the demon beasts were all at the peak of the desolate demon realm. If these demon beasts had not faintly divided into factions, it would have thought that Lin Yuan had hired a demon beast army from somewhere. Although this level of force was not enough to threaten the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, and the Sea Demon Guild that had gathered its main force, it would be easy for them to sweep the surrounding sea area. "Dragon King, these demon beasts are..." Scarlet swallowed a mouthful of saliva, its face showing a look of horror. Lin Yuan glanced sideways at Scarlet and said coldly, "What does this have to do with you? Is this king your subordinate or the Sea Demon Guild's subordinate? Do I have to report everything to you?" Scarlet shuddered, shook its head and said, "Dragon King, you have misunderstood me. What I mean is that these thousands of demon beasts do not have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Once they appear in the deep sea area, it is very likely that they will be hunted down by the various sea demon clans and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. I need their information before I can report it to the guild headquarters. Otherwise, I have no right to give them a reasonable identity. I hope the Dragon King can understand." Ha 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 ha. Scarlet fire swoosh. As soon as Scarlet's voice fell, the surrounding demon beasts were already laughing together. When the laughter subsided a little, the babyfish demon beast walked up to Scarlet and said with a cold face, "We don't need any identity given by the Sea Demon Guild. Instead of hoping that it will be useful, it is better to hope that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas will put aside their prejudice and accept demon beasts without the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Even if you give them an identity, won't they still be discriminated against wherever they go? If they are not strong enough, they will be killed on the spot. From now on, any demon beasts that attack us, no matter what clan they are from, will will be regarded as an act of war. At this point, it turned its head to look at the other demon beasts and said loudly, "Brothers, tell this lord of the Sea Demon Guild how we will treat our war targets. Blood for blood, until death do us part." The rest of the demon beasts stopped laughing and growled with a serious face. You, Scarlet staggered and subconsciously took 2 steps back. She looked at Lin Yuan with a gloomy face and said coldly, "Dragon King, you actually dare to lure the demon beasts from the outer sea into the deep sea area. Do you really think that we, the demon beasts of the deep sea, will not be able to defeat you? Blood for blood, until death do us part." This was the common slogan of the demon beasts of the outer sea, because in ancient times, the demon beasts that were driven to the outer sea by the dragon clan of the Four Seas were basically existences with weak bloodlines or few in number. They had to fight each other for the sea area and food. Outside, they had to face the demon beasts of the rivers that entered the sea, the human cultivators in the coastal areas, and the increasingly greedy dragon bloodline demon beasts. Their days were getting harder and harder. In order to ensure their survival, they could only become crazy. Moreover, it was the kind of madness that would not rest until one of them died. Over time, the slogan slowly spread. Few people dared to provoke the demon beasts of the outer sea. Today, the crazy demon beasts of the outer sea gradually found peace in their hearts. They formed different alliances and gave birth to their own civilization. Now it is war. Lin Yuan cracked the corner of his mouth, revealing a ferocious smile. He said in a deep voice, "Previously, when you guys were in the Willowstone Fortress, you guys did not put in any effort. This is obvious to all. If I use this excuse to start a war, do you think the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas will be happy to see the Sea Demon Guild being weakened? Or will they be as indecisive as you guys?" Chapter 965. Demon Kings were not rare in the Endless Sea, but demon kings with titles were extremely rare. For example, among the 3 demon kings of the Brave Crab race, only Tai Wu had a title. For Scarlet to become a titled demon king, her talent could be seen through a narrow window. Some things, when exposed, were even more frightening than when hidden. The Endless Sea was about to welcome a new war. The Sea Demon Guild was one side, but this Black Jiao might not be the other side. To be able to say these words so casually, it was enough to prove that this Black Jiao was involved. However, it was unknown who was the other side that was fighting against the Sea Demon Guild. The Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas? Or a powerful Sea Demon clan? Although the Sea Demon Guild was a force formed by ancient clans, it was still very loose. With the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas dominating, many clans had intermarried with the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas and obtained the Dragon Tribe's bloodline. Only a few ancient and powerful clans still maintained the purity of their bloodline. Although they had formed the Sea Demon Guild together with them, the internal relationship was not harmonious. Some demons wanted to take advantage of the situation to overthrow the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas. Naturally, there were also Sea Demon clans that wanted to wait and see. Scarlet's thoughts were a little chaotic. However, she did not associate the demon beasts that appeared in the City of Trade with the Outer Sea demon beasts. After all, after the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas expelled the ancestors of the Outer Sea demon beasts, they spent countless manpower and resources to build a great willow stone wall that almost isolated the Outer Sea from the deep sea. Once the formation was activated, birds and fish could not cross it. Even in the sea, if they wanted to cross the Great Willow Stone Wall, they would have to first attack the city like land creatures. Thinking about the sturdiness of the Willow Stone Wall, if not for the aberration's trap formation and the delay of the trader, even with their strength, they might not be able to attack the Willow Stone Wall. Those Outer Sea demon beasts wanted to cross the Great Willow Stone Wall? Not to mention whether they had the ability to do so. Even if they did, they would not have the strength to attack the deep sea demon beasts. Even if Lin Yuan used the teleportation array to send in more than 1,000 demonic beasts from the outer sea, it was impossible to bring in all the demonic beasts from the outer sea. After all, the time and materials needed to draw such a large array were a very terrifying number. It was impossible for the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas and the Sea Demon Guild not to notice it. By then, before Lin Yuan could complete the construction of the teleportation circle, the Four Seas dragon race and the Siren Guild would have already come knocking on his door. Therefore, Black Jiao's target this time was actually the Siren Guild, and the other party involved in the battle might be some ancient Siren clan. The lack of information and the limitations of one's vision were often the most important factors that determined the outcome of a war. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This refers to the intelligence that cannot be lax in this aspect. The deep-sea demon beasts obviously made such a huge mistake. Even Crimson, who had witnessed part of the plan, had fallen into a misconception due to her doubts and common sense. She had not realized the true murder plot. Crimson was silent for a moment before she said, "Is the Dragon King hinting to me that I should go back and persuade the Siren Guild to stop working with the dragons of the Four Seas and join forces with the Dragon King to overthrow the dragons of the Four Seas?" The more she thought about Lin Yuan's words, the more fearful Crimson became. After all, the big clans behind the Siren Guild knew very well what the dragons of the Four Seas were like. As long as there was an opportunity to eliminate dissidents in front of them, even if they knew it was a trap, they would not hesitate to step into it. To put it simply, the dragons of the Four Seas had dominated the Endless Sea for so many years because of their powerful bloodline. Now the dragons of the Four Seas had intermarried with the various demon beast clans of the Endless Sea. Although the dragon bloodline demon beasts were spread all over the Endless Sea, the bloodline of the dragons of the Four Seas was also mixed in. The gap between the bloodline of the two sides was getting smaller and smaller, and pure-blooded dragons were becoming rarer and rarer. As long as they were not attacked by the demon beasts of the Outer Sea, the overlords of the Endless Sea would still be the dragon bloodline demon beasts. It was just that the higher-ups who had the final say would no longer be those pure-blooded dragons. In addition to the strength of their bloodline, what the dragons of the Four Seas liked to do the most was to eliminate dissidents and stifle threats. They used this method to ensure their dominance over the Endless Sea. After hearing that the Black Jiao in the Hengduan Mountains had purified his own bloodline to transform from a snake into a dragon, they decisively expressed their goodwill to the Black Jiao and tricked the Black Jiao into coming to the Endless Sea in an attempt to obtain this method to purify their bloodline. However, at that time, no one thought that things would become so tense. The dragons of the Four Seas and the Siren Guild also did not think that the Black Jiao would actually want to nail a nail in the Endless Sea to obtain the authority and benefits in the Endless Sea. Nothing could be more than inviting a wolf into one's house. Therefore, if there were really other forces waging war against the Siren Guild, the dragons of the Four Seas would definitely not send troops to rescue the Siren Guild. Instead, they would be happy to see both sides suffer a great loss, just like what the Siren Guild did to the dragons of the Four Seas when the aberration appeared. They had joined forces now only because the threat of Lin Yuan was too great. It did not mean that they really wanted to cooperate with each other. Leave? Ha! Are you a member of the Peach Blossoms Network? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "The war is about to begin. Didn't both of you join forces to plot against this king? This king will beat you at your own game. Let's see if you'll boil the frog in warm water and kill this king, or if this king will drive the wolf to devour the tiger and let you suffer the consequences of your own actions. This king naturally has his reasons for keeping you here. However, you don't have the right to know now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan turned around and left. Two demon kings from the Outer Seas immediately came forward and threw Scarlet to the ground. After putting on the shackles that Lin Yuan had prepared long ago, they dragged Scarlet to the dungeon. After all, there were more than 50 demon kings around. Even if not all of them were titled demon kings, they were undoubtedly very terrifying existences. They were not existences that Scarlet could fight against alone. However, Scarlet had come to see Lin Yuan today because he had a card up his sleeve. He wanted to use the situation to make Lin Yuan bow his head, so he did not call for any help. Now that he was captured, unless Lin Yuan changed his mind, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Scarlet's face was ashen, but he was constantly calculating in his heart. There was still a look of doubt in his eyes. The remaining Outer Sea demon beasts only roughly glanced at the layout of the city of trade, and their faces lit up with joy. This was because building such a city was obviously not a small matter. Even if all the resources were plundered by the Black Jiao from the Endless Sea, it was impossible for him to set up a trap to kill them. The Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce was really sincere in wanting to settle down in the Endless Sea. On the other hand, Lin Yuan strolled to the courtyard where Cyrus lived. He happened to see Cyrus curled up into a ball in the courtyard, absorbing the moonlight to cultivate. With a slight thought, he landed in the courtyard. Chapter 966. When the moonlight entered his body, it turned into pure demonic energy that flowed through his body, gradually turning into his own demonic energy and fusing into his flesh and blood. After the cultivation was complete, Cyrus slowly stood up and glanced at Lin Yuan. He asked in confusion, "The Dragon King has been staying in his room ever since he came back. He must be worried about something. Why did he come to me? Could it be that I'm the one who can solve the Dragon King's problem? I can't solve it, and there's no need to solve it for the time being. Let nature take its course." Lin Yuan swept his pitch-black dragon tail, and his demonic power surged, transforming into a huge stone platform. He said, "I came here today just to have a battle with you, and use this to confirm the conjecture in my heart." Practice a battle? Cyrus was slightly taken aback, and it looked a little surprised. Although it had learned military and political affairs, it was better at scheming and plotting behind the scenes. However, after joining the Dragon King's service, it had never done anything that it was good at. Usually, it was in charge of the construction of the City of Trade and the diplomacy between the Willowstone Sea region and the surrounding sea regions. Cyrus turned its gaze to the huge stone platform, and its pupils suddenly shrank. It exclaimed, "This is..." On the stone platform was a war sand table that almost perfectly replicated the terrain of the Great Wall of Willowstone Sea region and the surrounding sea regions. It had been to some of the sea regions before, and it had never set foot on some of them when it was a stray demonic beast. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, there seemed to be no secrets in the entire Endless Sea. With a thought, Cyrus narrowed its eyes and said, "The battle that the Dragon King mentioned, could it be that the outer sea demonic beasts are about to attack the deep sea region?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Cyrus's eyes widened, but it gently shook its head and sighed. The Dragon King's plan this time is amazing. If the outer sea demonic beasts attack the deep sea region, both the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Demon Guild will be facing a great enemy. Especially now that the Four Seas Dragon Tribe has suffered great losses, they will definitely secretly plot against the Sea Demon Guild. Once the war starts, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, and at most, decades. By the time the war is over, the City of Trade will have been established. Most importantly, when the war starts, all kinds of resources will be scarce, and the City of Trade can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. The speed of its formation will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. However, it paused, sighed, and said, "This plan treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Even if the City of Trade is established, it will be as weak as a child compared to the two behemoths. If the war doesn't go well, they will have the guts to attack the City of Trade first, and obtain a large amount of resources to replenish their own consumption." Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. With a wave of his demonic energy, he moved a few military models with the outer sea demonic beasts to the Great Wall of Willowstone. He said, "If the outer sea demonic beasts attack the Great Wall of Willowstone, how will the deep sea demonic beasts deal with them?" Cyrus pondered for a moment, and also used his demonic energy to move some military models from the sea near the Great Wall of Willowstone. He said, "The Great Wall of Willowstone was built to defend against the outer sea demonic beasts. Therefore, be it the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas or the other sea demonic tribes, they all have garrisons on the Great Wall of Willowstone. If the outer sea demonic beasts attack in small groups, the garrisons on the Great Wall of Willowstone are enough to deal with them. If the outer sea demonic beasts attack in full force, the garrisons on the Great Wall of Willowstone can temporarily mobilize demonic beasts from the nearby seas to defend the Great Wall of Willowstone." Lin Yuan shook his head with a smile, and pointed at the military models outside the Great Wall of Willowstone with the tip of his tail. He said with a hideous smile, The Outer Sea demonic beasts and the Dragon Bloodline demonic beasts have an indelible blood feud. I heard that the Dragon Bloodline demonic beasts have been severely injured, and the Outer Sea forces are even willing to join forces to attack the Deep Sea. There are countless demonic beasts and they are angry and eager to fight. On the other hand, the Dragon Bloodline demonic beasts have been living a luxurious life these past few years. They are brave when they fight, but they retreat when they encounter a strong enemy. If the two really start fighting, it's hard to say who will be able to fight against 10. Dragon King's words are reasonable, but Cyrus smiled and did not back down. Morale is indeed important, but the success of the battle will also affect morale. No matter how the Dragon Bloodline demonic beasts have fallen, the advantage brought by the Great Wall of Willowstone is not fake. Once the battle starts, if the Outer Sea demonic beasts are unable to take down the Great Wall of Willowstone, their morale will definitely drop. As soon as he finished speaking, Cyrus pointed at the Great Wall of Willowstone with his tentacles and said again, "The Endless Sea's craftsmanship is not as good as the land's, but the Dragon Tribe is extremely wealthy. In the past few years, they have purchased and customized many defensive weapons that can be used underwater. Once the city is under siege, they will be able to deal great damage to the Outer Sea demonic beasts even before they fight." The Outer Sea demonic beasts are indeed not as wealthy as the Dragon Tribe of the Four Seas, but they are connected to the Sky Martial continent. Their accumulation over the years should not be underestimated. Lin Yuan retorted and said in a deep voice, "If the cloud-pushing towers were to attack the city, they could install a giant ship below and make it the same height as the Great Wall of Willowstone. Archers and demonic beasts that are good at long-range spells would attack together. The height of the Great Wall of Willowstone would be invisible. Both sides would shoot at each other and suppress each other. The demonic beasts below would push the cloud-pushing towers forward. The danger of the Great Wall of Willowstone could be eliminated in an instant." Cyrus' 8 tentacles hugged each other as if it was thinking of a countermeasure. After a while, Cyrus said with a cold face, "Could it be that the Great Wall of Willowstone has no catapults or ballistas, so the cloud-pushing towers are allowed to approach it? Dragon King's move can eliminate the height of the Great Wall of Willowstone, but it can't eliminate the danger of the Great Wall of Willowstone. With a huge target like the cloud-pushing towers, the Outer Sea demonic beasts attacking the city would be even more dangerous. Then let me ask you, if I were to attack with ballistas and catapults, would the Great Wall of Willowstone have the strength to fight me?" Lin Yuan suddenly laughed and said, "The Great Wall of Willowstone is indeed dangerous, but the Outer Sea demonic beasts are endless. Even if a batch of them are killed, as long as they can climb up the Great Wall of Willowstone, without the advantage of fortifications, the so-called Great Wall of Willowstone can be destroyed in an instant." "Fight me? Heh," Cyrus sneered and said in a deep voice, "The Outer Sea demonic beasts have come from afar. No matter how much preparation they have, they will only have 3 times the storage of the Great Wall of Willowstone at most. If they bring too many siege weapons, the march will be slowed down. Besides, don't they need to transport food and medicine? If the Great Wall of Willowstone runs out of supplies, they can replenish the supplies in the sea behind them. But if the Outer Sea demonic beasts run out of weapons, where will they replenish the supplies?" Lin Yuan was silent. He took out a few soldier models from the Outer Sea and placed them on the main roads connecting the Great Wall of Willowstone to the various sea regions. If the Outer Sea demonic beasts sneak into the deep sea and lie in ambush on these main roads, they will intercept and kill any small group of demonic beasts they come across, and they will harass and tire out any large group of demonic beasts they come across. On top of that, they will slaughter and destroy the supplies sent to the Great Wall of Willowstone from the sea behind them. How are we going to deal with that?" After placing the pieces, Lin Yuan looked at Cyrus with a smile. Chapter 967. That's impossible. Cyrus pondered for a moment and said with uncertainty, "The Great Wall of Willowstone almost separates the inner sea from the outer sea. Unless one dives below the surface, it's impossible to enter the deep sea from the outer sea. However, the outer sea monsters don't have the dragon bloodline in them. Once they cross the Great Wall of Willowstone, they will be detected. It might be possible for some spies to sneak in, but if they sneak in an army, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the sea map on the stone platform in front of him changed again. A dark stone city slowly took shape in the Willowstone Sea area. One by one, military models engraved with the demonic beasts of the outer sea were placed around the city of commerce. Seeing this, Cyrus's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Using a one-way teleportation formation to bring the outer sea monsters to the Willowstone region, then setting off from there to attack the rear of the Great Wall of Willowstone region? Would this work? Of course it would. Outsiders might not know how powerful Lin Yuan's teleportation formation technology was, but Cyrus, who had been following Lin Yuan, knew. It was a supreme power that could bring the cultivators of the Tianwu continent to the deep sea. If Lin Yuan intervenes, then this strategy is indeed feasible. Moreover, the trouble of the sunken reef, and even the surrounding sea demon groups coveting the Lushur Sea area, will also be dealt with by the outer sea demon beasts. The so-called art of war is to use the right strategy to win with the wrong strategy. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said indifferently, "This is what a military sage said. It means that a war is based on joint warfare, and the general is good at using strategy and art of war to deal with the direction of the war with infinite changes to win." Most of the militarists that this king knows believe in this, but this king's art of war is not like this. The so-called art of war since ancient times is to use the strong to defeat the weak. If you are weak, make yourself strong. If you can't do it, make the enemy weak. It is the right way to plan and arrange to win, but this king does not have so much time and resources to arrange, so I can only take risks. Cyrus looked at Lin Yuan dumbfounded. This phrase came from Sun Tzu's Art of War. It was something that the natives of the martial heaven world couldn't even imagine. Although Cyrus hadn't learned much about the art of war, he had extraordinary experience. Just this phrase alone was enough for him to look down on any disciple of the art of war. After all, this was a world where cultivators and demonic beasts existed. The art of war was not used much. The outcome of a war still depended on the outcome of the experts on both sides. For example, the most popular battle of generals in history, which was also praised by later generations, was essentially a method of military strategy. It was used to prove that one side's general was stronger than the other side's general in front of two armies, thus achieving the effect of lowering the enemy's morale. In reality, the battle of generals didn't have much meaning. It was only exaggerated by novels, movies, and even ancient storytellers that made it fascinating. In fact, no matter how brave and ferocious a general was, he couldn't decide the outcome of a war in a low-level martial arts world. The saying that one man could defeat 10,000 people was just an exaggeration. Even if one was as ferocious as Xiang Yu, wouldn't he have no choice but to cut his own throat when surrounded by an army? Lu Bu, who was also good at using halberds and was known as the top general of the Three Kingdoms, had a full set of godly equipment. The Fengtian halberd was used as a ceremonial weapon. Ordinary people couldn't wield it easily, but he used it as a weapon. In addition, he had the world's fastest horse, Red Hair. However, there were cultivators in the martial heaven world. For example, if Xiang Yu had been born in a place similar to the martial heaven world, where he was surrounded by enemies and had to fight with his back against the wall, he would have been able to kill his way through. He could even do what Zhao Yun had done after being exaggerated by countless people. A Kongming realm cultivator, even if he was alone, had the power to destroy a city and a country. Unless there was a cultivator of the same level who could stop him, no matter how many soldiers there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, although there were military experts in this world, just like how the Northern Frontier Academy had recruited many military experts, there weren't any great talents. Even if they were to face Lin Yuan, who only knew a few ancient war stories, they would still be defeated. However, Lin Yuan's art of war was not like Sun Bin's. If an example had to be given, Lin Yuan's art of war was more like Chen Qingji's. A great general should not be restrained by himself, and thousands of soldiers and horses should avoid the white robe. In the eyes of the later generations, every famous general had his or her own way of leading an army. Just like the five elements, those who were good at fast attacks would lose against those who were good at defense. Those who liked to take risks would also lose against those who were good at marching steadily. Chen Qingji was a classic example of someone who was good at winning with fewer troops. After all, he had fought 47 battles from Hua County to Luoyang with 7,000 troops. He had attacked 32 cities and defeated more than 300,000 enemies. He was invincible. Of course, these 7,000 soldiers were not special forces or cultivators. However, Chen Qingji's military philosophy was to use the weak to defeat the strong. For example, if you have 10 black chess pieces and I have 5 white chess pieces, I can use a strategy to lure away 6 white chess pieces and win with 4 white chess pieces. You will lose 4 chess pieces, and I will only lose 1 or 2 chess pieces. In the same way, constantly using one's strong points to attack the enemy's weak points can turn a weakness into an advantage. Therefore, in the eyes of people like Chen Qingji and Lin Yuan, the art of war has never been about using the weak to defeat the strong, only using the strong to defeat the weak. The so-called art of war is just turning my weakness into a strength, or dividing your strength into the same weakness as mine, so that the strength between the two sides can be reversed. Turn a strength into a weakness? Cyrus looked at the stone platform in front of him with a thoughtful expression. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Sending troops to attack the rear of the Great Wall of Willowstone to cut off their supply. If they encountered an army that they could not defeat, they would directly let them go to the Great Wall of Willowstone. This go-piece was too vicious. After all, the Great Wall of Willowstone was a strategic location. Only a large number of sea monsters were stationed there. It was not a place for production at all. It was completely dependent on the rear of the sea and the stores in the Great Wall of Willowstone. However, no matter how much stock there was, it could only last for about 3 months. If they really cut off the supply of the Great Wall of Willowstone, it would be equivalent to starving the defenders of the Great Wall of Willowstone to death. Moreover, the more sea monsters from the rear of the Great Wall of Willowstone, the more food the Great Wall of Willowstone would consume. Therefore, if they encountered a difficult enemy, they would directly let them go. This move would kill countless enemies without shedding any blood. Vicious. But the problem is, Cyrus narrowed his eyes. He took out some of the soldier models from the Great Wall of Willowstone and placed them on the transportation routes between the Great Wall of Willowstone and the various sea regions. He said in a deep voice, "If I deploy troops and set up military stations on these transportation routes, I can ensure the supply of supplies and deter the sea monsters from the rear of the Great Wall of Willowstone. What if I don't put the Great Wall of Willowstone into a predicament?" Chapter 968. Heh. Lin Yuan sneered. Since ancient times, when most generals were harassed by the enemy's attack on their rear supply line, they would send out troops to set up military depots, which could indeed play a role in protecting the traffic and the safety of the rear of the army. However, everyone knows that the outer sea demon beasts have been very powerful in recent years, and the blood feud between them and the dragon bloodline demon beasts is indescribable. Now that they have a chance, they can even put aside their prejudices and join hands to attack the deep sea area. Therefore, the dragon bloodline demon beasts must have realized this no matter how fierce their infighting is. Otherwise, do you think the dragons of the four seas built the Great Wall of Willowstone because they have too much money? Before the aberrations wreaked havoc in the deep sea area, the Great Wall of Willowstone had the troops of the dragons of the four seas, as well as the troops of other powerful clans. Have you seen any of them being mobilized? Lin Yuan shook his head and said coldly, "The Great Wall of Willowstone is the dragon bloodline demon beasts' most important line of defense against the outer sea demon beasts. Therefore, it cannot be lost. Then, the deep-sea demon beasts will definitely recommend a steady general to guard the Great Wall of Willowstone. Such an existence will definitely be as steady as the Hengduan Mountains when it is guarding the city. No matter how many tricks you use, you won't be able to get out of the city easily. However, if such steadiness can resist the enemy, it can also be used by the enemy. Does it have the courage to set up military depots?" Cyrus was silent for a moment. Then it shook its head and said, "Be that as it may, its survival does not allow it to worry too much. Even if it is unwilling to set up military depots, the generals of the other sea demon clans will suggest it. When the resources are running out, they will have to do it. Yes, they have to do it. It is exactly because they have to do it that they are playing right into this king's hands. A ferocious smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His demonic power surged, and he pushed out the military models around the city of trade one by one. Every time he placed a piece, Cyrus's eyes flashed with surprise. When Lin Yuan finished placing his piece, Cyrus was shocked to find that the sea area behind the Great Wall of Willow City had been almost completely slaughtered by the demonic beasts from the outer sea. This wasn't difficult at all. This was because the outer sea demon beasts' attack was of utmost importance. Aside from the troops stationed at the Great Wall of Willowstone, the outer sea demon beasts in the nearby sea regions also had to hurry to the Willowstone region to participate in the battle. The outer sea demon beasts' army would not encounter the outer sea demon beasts' army because it would take time to travel from the Willowstone region. Unless Lin Yuan directly activated the teleportation array, the outer sea demon beasts' army would not be able to stop the outer sea demon beasts no matter how fast they traveled. As a result, the sea areas near the Great Wall of Willowshire were like empty cities. When encountering the hateful foreign sea monsters, other than being directly slaughtered, there seemed to be no other outcome. A huge net had been spread out. Because the outer sea demon beasts' army had been wiped out, the various resources stored there were either taken away as supplies or destroyed on the spot. When the outer sea demon beasts came out of the Great Wall of Willowshire, they would only see empty wastelands. If they wanted to get resources, they would have to continue to spread out. The battle line was stretched longer and longer, and the originally superior military force was constantly being scattered. At this moment, if there was someone overlooking the entire situation and pulling in the net, the outer sea demon beasts' army that had been separated from the Great Wall of Willowshire would immediately be wrapped up by the net outside. Then, the net would be constantly pulled in, and the trapped outer sea demon beasts would be strangled to death. After losing a large number of troops and not having many resources and supplies, how could the Great Wall of Willowshire possibly defend itself at this moment? Looking at it this way, the Great Wall of Willowshire, which had once made countless foreign sea monsters sigh in despair, had changed from the advantage of the dragon bloodline demon beasts to their greatest disadvantage. It was even possible that because of Lin Yuan's plan, the army that could fight against the foreign sea monsters would all be buried here. The defending general of the Great Wall of Willowshire must be a steady person. Therefore, when the rear is attacked, he will not easily divide his troops. This also gives us a time gap. When he can no longer hold on and divides his troops, the battle line will have been stretched out by us. Moreover, the number of troops that have been divided will definitely not be small. Because he doesn't know how many foreign sea monsters there are behind him, he can only make deductions based on the scale of previous attacks and maximize the number of troops that will not affect the defense of the city to wipe out the enemy. However, at a time like this, the general leading the troops will definitely not return to the Great Wall of Willowshire casually, because only death awaits him if he returns. Also, when the defending general is forced to send out troops, the general who comes out to search for supplies will definitely be a rash and hot-tempered person. However, his position will definitely be very high. Only an existence like that can render the steady defending general helpless. Furthermore, the general will have no choice but to agree to the request. At the very beginning, they won't find anything, but they won't give up easily unless they encounter a head-on attack. I'll ask the foreign sea monsters to leave some supplies in the waters further away, so that they won't despair when they can't find the supplies. At the same time, I'll create the illusion that the foreign sea monsters have suffered too many casualties and are unable to wipe out the entire region before their main army arrives. At this time, if they encounter a hot-tempered general, do you think they will choose to give up or continue to divide their troops recklessly to search for more supplies? Lin Yuan's different colored eyes were filled with a faint smile. He asked in a deep voice, "Take a look again. What's the solution to this situation?" Cyrus stared at the giant net on the stone platform in a daze, racking its brains to think. After a long time, it lowered its head helplessly and said, "I'm too inexperienced. If I were to defend the Great Wall of Willowshire, there would be no solution to this situation." Faced with the attack of the foreign sea monsters, The dragon blood demon beast had relied on the Great Wall of Willowshire because of its habitual thinking. Although it had been stabbed in the back, it did not lose its composure immediately. Based on Lin Yuan's analysis of the personalities of intelligent creatures, Cyrus, who was adept at scheming, soon realized that it was the so-called scorched earth strategy. However, the strategy was carried out by the attackers, who would cut off the supplies of the defenders and turn the Great Wall of Willowshire that they had been relying on into a graveyard. From the perspective of military strategy, it was a strategy of defeating the strong with the weak. From the perspective of scheming, it was a strategy of exterminating the enemy. Cyrus's surrender was not a compliment to Lin Yuan. Although it was playing a battle with Lin Yuan, it was as if it were really fighting an offensive and defensive battle with Lin Yuan. The situation was not completely unsolvable, but when dealing with the foreign sea monsters in the early stages, the reaction must be fast. However, if one were to assume that the enemy was a prudent person, it would be impossible to be fast no matter what. As it happened, the general of the Great Wall of Willowshire was most likely a prudent person. Therefore, the situation was truly unsolvable. Chapter 969. Although it knew that there was no solution to this, Cyrus still observed the stone platform. After all, it knew Lin Yuan's personality very well. This Black Jiao never liked people to flatter him. After all, if a king who could hand over the northern frontier to humans and hide behind the scenes, allowing humans to call him the king of beasts, liked to flatter him, Li Zhong would never be the king of the northern frontier. Therefore, other than cooperating with Lin Yuan, Cyrus also had to look for loopholes and fill in the gaps. After thinking for a long time, Cyrus had no choice but to use its demonic powers to pick up a soldier model and throw it onto the stone platform. It said in a low voice, "The Dragon King's move is risky, but it can be said that his calculations are flawless." In essence, he took advantage of the difference in information and time. However, he estimated the other party's personality, so that the other party would have no choice but to fall into his trap. Unless someone leaked the information or the Dragon King misjudged the other party's personality, the other party would definitely lose this battle. Cyrus admitted defeat and announced the result of this battle. Lin Yuan then turned to look outside the door and said calmly, "Did you hear the battle just now?" A moment later, the wavy fish demon beast that led the group swam out of the darkness and said in a low voice, "The Dragon King is a great talent. Moao thanks the Dragon King for teaching us today. The beasts from the outer sea will remember the great kindness of the Dragon King. We will definitely form an eternal alliance with the northern frontier. May the northern frontier prosper forever. You may leave." Lin Yuan waved the tip of his tail lightly, and Moao retreated into the darkness once again. It was only after Moao had completely left the Eye of God's perception that Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Another titled Demon King, and the title Moao. Interesting. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, "No wonder the outer sea monster beasts sent more than 50 monster kings this time. And this Moao is the leader." The environment the demonic beasts from the outer sea lived in now was similar to the spring and autumn period, and the warring states period in his previous life. After the unification of the Qin state, the old system of the other 6 states was almost completely wiped out. Therefore, very few people knew that during the warring states period, there was an official position called Moao in the Chu state. There were also times when it was called Mo Shao. Usually, it was not set up, so it was gradually abolished. However, once Moao was set up, it meant that all the military forces in the country were handed over to this person. The earliest Moao in the Warring States period was Chu Xia, the son of King Wu of Chu. From this, it could be seen how much power this position had. It was extremely difficult for anyone who was not a descendant of King Chu to ascend to this position. It was similar to the appearance of a demon king with the title, Moao, among the demonic beasts from the outer sea during the Warring States period. Was it a coincidence, or was it a misunderstanding? Or was this Moao the Moao that Lin Yuan thought of? When Lin Yuan's expression changed, Cyrus let out a breath of turbid air and asked doubtfully, "Dragon King, I have a question. Since you can lead the demonic beasts from the outer sea directly to the deep sea, why do you still want to take the risk and decide the outcome of the battle on the Great Wall of Willows? If you directly lead the demonic beasts from the outer sea into the Great Wall of Willows, and let them fight with the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, won't we benefit from it? Because the gains do not make up for the losses. Lin Yuan sighed faintly. Now whether it was the demonic beasts from the Endless Sea or the cultivators from the Tianwu continent, all of them thought that Lin Yuan had the teleportation technique. But in fact, Lin Yuan did not have such a technique. Although he had obtained the teleportation formation from the system, it did not require any special materials because it consumed Lin Yuan's incense power. How much incense power would it consume to lead all the demonic beasts from the outer sea into the Great Wall of Willows? If Lin Yuan really had so much incense power, why would he play the game of driving the wolves to devour the tigers? Wouldn't it be better to call a big brother over? After sighing, Lin Yuan continued, what we need to do now is to use the small to win the big game. The dragon bloodline demonic beasts and the outer sea demonic beasts are far more powerful than us. So what if both sides suffer? We still won't benefit from it. It will only provide a chance for the big sea demon clans to ascend to the top. At that time, they might even attack us in order to seek stability. Indeed. Cyrus sighed as well. As a native of the Endless Sea, its understanding of the shamelessness of the big sea demon clans was definitely deeper than Lin Yuan's. What's more, although the outer sea demonic beasts can win this battle, which will be enough to greatly damage the Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Guild of the Four Seas, it's just a fool's dream to say that they can destroy the two behemoths. After all, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas still has 5 dragon gods. Even if one of them is seriously injured, it's still not an existence that an ordinary demon king can contend with. The remaining 4 plus the foundation of the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas may not be able to determine the outcome of the battle, but it's definitely more than enough to protect the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. In addition, the ancestor demon experts of the sea demon clans and the ancient existences sleeping in the deep sea will definitely attack in anger if they can't win. Even if the outer sea demonic beasts are stronger than the dragon bloodline demonic beasts in all aspects below the ancestor demon realm, they will not be able to escape defeat. After all, the gap in foundation is not something that can be easily made up. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed as if there was a galaxy flickering in them. The outer sea demonic beasts were bound to lose. This was the outcome that he had foreseen long ago. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to leave a good impression on them, so that the outer sea demonic beasts would not plunder the south out of anger after losing the battle, he wouldn't have bothered to come up with such a series of plans and directly informed MOAO of it through a battle simulation with Cyrus. Then why are you still? Cyrus was slightly stunned, feeling as if there was a lump in his throat. This Black Jiao, who could be said to be as smart as a demon, is still standing firmly on the side of the loser after seeing the outcome of the battle? It doesn't make sense. Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Cyrus as if he were looking at an idiot. He said in confusion, "That's strange. What does the outer sea demonic beasts fighting the dragon bloodline demonic beasts have anything to do with the northern frontier? With the outer sea demonic beasts' hatred for the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, all the dragon bloodline demonic beasts along the way will definitely be killed by them. By then, who can prove that the outer sea demonic beasts came out of our territory?" Seeing Lin Yuan's attitude, which seemed to say, "What does it have to do with me, Zhou Shuren, that you want to capture Lu Sun?" Cyrus was rendered speechless. Taking a deep breath, the brilliance in Lin Yuan's eyes disappeared, and he said coldly, "If you want to frame someone, you can always find a good excuse. Then I have to ask, how did the infamous sunken reefs of the outer sea surround the Willowstone Sea? Why, if pirates can sneak in, why can't the army of the outer sea demonic beasts, which are more elite, sneak in? Who thinks I'm easy to bully? Aren't you afraid that I'll go crazy?" You, Cyrus's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not until a long time later that it said solemnly, "Dragon King's divine foresight." Chapter 970. Not to mention the Endless Sea. Even in the Tianwu continent, who wouldn't be afraid of Lin Yuan's wrath. The previous scene outside Willowstone Fortress, where he directly shattered the space barrier and called for a helper. He killed the ancestor demon beast like killing a dog. He even severely injured and killed countless transcendent realm cultivators across space. It could be said that he possessed unparalleled ferocity. How long had it been since then? Who would forget about this matter? The Four Seas Dragon clan joined forces with the Sea Demon Guild to plot against Lin Yuan. They only dared to play dirty and used the strategy of boiling the frog in warm water to numb Lin Yuan. They were worried that after they shed all pretense of cordiality, Lin Yuan would call for another helper to start a massacre in the endless sea. What's more, we are at the northern frontier. We are not the beasts in the outer sea, nor are we the dragon bloodline beasts, nor are we the Sea Demon clan. We didn't participate in this war at all. Both sides are afraid of us and have demands. So both sides are severely injured, but it doesn't affect the situation. That's the most advantageous situation for us. Do you think it's better to let the Four Seas Dragon clan and Sea Demon Guild continue to play with us? Or let the Sea Demon clan that is eyeing us covetously take over? Moreover, this war is just like what I told Scarlet. The Sea Demon Guild is now plotting against the Four Seas Dragon clan. The Four Seas Dragon clan might also use the outer sea beasts as a weapon to eliminate their dissidents. Now there are more and more Sea Demon clans that don't respect the Four Seas Dragon clan, especially the sea regions near the outer sea. They are far away from the Four Seas Dragon Palace's ruling area. Therefore, the dragon tribe of the Four Seas will not send reinforcements immediately if the outcome is decided on the Great Wall of Willowshire. They will even take the initiative to obstruct and delay the reinforcements organized by the Siren Guild. For a tribe that values bloodline and power, sacrificing a few members of the collateral branch to eliminate a large number of dissidents is simply a good deal. After all, the outcome has already been decided. The dragon tribe of the Four Seas will only be fearless. Lin Yuan stretched his body and said with a cold smile, "After this battle, the main force of the Outer Sea Monster Guild will be damaged. They will definitely support the northern frontier to recover the southern part of the Shenwu dynasty. When the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce's business reaches the south, they will be able to recover and improve their strength as soon as possible. As for the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild, they will also fully support me in building the City of Commerce. Only by doing business here can they take a breather and recover their strength as soon as possible, so that they won't have a chance to fight back when they encounter a strong enemy." How could it be calculated like this? Cyrus was dumbfounded. It was like a dream. Lin Yuan getting the outer sea monster beasts to get rid of the sunken reef was the first layer. Cutting off the Great Wall of Willowshire and getting rid of the army and sea monsters that the caravan would have to face in the future was the second layer. Making use of this opportunity to kill a large number of dragon bloodline monster beasts in the nearby sea region was the third layer. When the outer sea monster beasts broke through the Great Wall of Willowshire, their army would enter the deep sea region and clash head-on with the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild. At first, they would have the upper hand, but when the ancestor monster beasts of the Four Seas Dragon Tribe took action, the scales of victory would tilt. Ancestor monster beasts usually wouldn't take action, nor would they waste their godly power. Thus, once a battle broke out, both sides would suffer great losses. This was only the fourth layer. After the war ended, there was no victory or defeat for both sides, because neither side gained any benefits. It could only be said that each side gained what they needed. For example, the Four Seas Dragon Tribe got rid of a large number of dissidents, and the Sea Monster Guild got a lot of benefits from the City of Trade. The outer sea monster beasts destroyed the Great Wall of Willowshire, and at the same time, they could take revenge on the blood feud that had accumulated for many years. As for Lin Yuan, he gained the friendship of the outer sea monster beasts, and at the same time, caused the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild to break off completely after this war. Cyrus originally thought that this was Lin Yuan's entire plan. Who would have thought that after the war ended, Lin Yuan, as the weakest person present, would reap the greatest benefits? What a cheapskate. In a daze, Cyrus suddenly thought of this description. What was a surprise? This was King surprise. The Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild thought that they had tricked Lin Yuan, But they did not expect that Lin Yuan would drive the wolf to devour the tiger. No wonder Lin Yuan called out Moao when this war was almost over. It was because Lin Yuan's various goals were more or less achieved by this step of his plan. Because everything that happened next would be the northern frontier's profits. Solving the current problem of the city of trade, gaining the friendship of the outer sea monster beasts, severely damaging and completely breaking apart the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild, and using this war that had greatly damaged the vitality of both sides, he successfully opened the city of trade, and obtained a lot of benefits from the endless sea. At the same time, he also took advantage of this power to establish the gray-scaled flood dragon person, and hammered a nail into the endless sea. The benefits were too many. Cyrus, who was diverging his thoughts, even thought of the remnants of the aberrations. When the Four Seas Dragon Tribe and the Sea Monster Guild completely broke off their relationship, Lin Yuan would definitely publicize the list of the aberrations that did not contribute in the Willowstone Fortress. And after the two envious giants dealt with the hidden danger of the outer sea monster beasts, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to eliminate all the aberrations. Even if the other party might not be the aberrations themselves, why would they not be happy if they could weaken the other party? After dealing with these aberrations, no one would leave the scourge Lin Yuan alive. At that time, the Black Jiao would be able to leave the endless sea leisurely. After all, the city of trade and the gray-scaled flood dragon person had already taken root in the endless sea. With the outer sea monster beasts and some aberrations that had not been completely eliminated, no one would dare to scheme against Lin Yuan's subordinates. After this matter had fermented for a while, they would still have to invite Lin Yuan back. At that time, would Lin Yuan be as weak and powerless as he was now, and could only look at the fat meat of the endless sea without being able to take a bite? Hiss. Cyrus sucked in a breath of cold air. Terrifying. Too terrifying. It even wanted to open up Lin Yuan's head to see what was inside. Was this the intelligence of a demonic beast? Those fictitious schemes in human novels were nothing more than this, right? Could it be that this Black Jiao had been toying with all the monster beasts in the palm of his hand ever since he entered the endless sea? All schemes were like this. When your intentions were very obvious, it would be quickly seen through by others. Unless it was an overt scheme that could not be rejected, it would definitely fail on the verge of success. However, if you set your sights further and plan not for the present but for the future, it would really be difficult for ordinary people to see through what you were planning. Only when the future you're planning is closer and closer will people gradually see through what you're after when you put down this chess piece. Chapter 971. However, although Cyrus was confident in its wisdom, it knew that in Lin Yuan's eyes, it was only a second-rate sage. Therefore, it was also clear that even though it had seen through some of Lin Yuan's moves, it did not dare to say that it knew the whole truth. There were still some effects that had not been revealed yet. For example, Ao Sifin and the evil dragon's camp that had completely turned against the dragon clan of the Four Seas after becoming friends with Lin Yuan. Scarlet, who had been detained by Lin Yuan in the city of trade. This Black Jiao's plan was even more far-sighted than what it was currently thinking. Thinking of this, Cyrus felt a chill crawling all over its body, and some of the dangerous thoughts in its mind were extinguished. Even it could live behind the scenes and play with the endless sea monsters in the palm of its hand. If Lin Yuan was extremely angry, how difficult would it be to set off a big chaos? It had made so many moves and made so many plans, all because it wanted the power of the endless sea. However, if this desire was cut off, how many monsters in the endless sea would be able to resist Lin Yuan, who had completely turned into an enemy? This was no longer the situation of this man will become a great man in the future, and if we don't get rid of him today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Because for the entire endless sea, the so-called today had already passed. Although Lin Yuan's strength was not enough, he could still call for help. He had already reached the level where he could not be defeated by force. Seeing the flickering light in Cyrus's eyes, Lin Yuan sneered and said, "Since the battle is over, this king will go back first. You can arrange the rest as you see fit." Compared to Jiao Wuying, who was a poisonous snake lurking around him, Subordinates like Cyrus were more convenient to use. It had ambitions and desires, but it knew self-restraint and would not ask for things that it could not obtain. Occasionally, he would knock it down and turn it into a sharp knife to remove some obstacles for him. As for Jiao Wuying, Lin Yuan, who had turned around, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. Traitors would never have a good ending with him. This was because in his previous life, he was shrewd and capable. Otherwise, after arriving in this world, he would not have risen so quickly. However, in his previous life, the difference in status between him and Jiao Wuying was too great. It was not something that could be easily closed by scheming. In addition, he had some traitors on his side. Otherwise, even if he could not defeat Jiao Wuying, he would have enough time to arrange for his family to leave. How would he end up living alone with his inner demons? Enemies could be killed, but traitors deserve to be killed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and pondered while swimming. He pondered as he pondered. The powerful existence behind Jiao Wuying was most likely the mission target given by the system. The outer god who was listed as the system's mission created the immortals behind Lei Fan and Su Yan. He also removed the effect of the dragonization route for Jiao Wuying, and gave him a human appearance in exchange for Jiao Wuiying's cheap loyalty. However, all of these were things that the current Lin Yuan could not do. Therefore, the outer god hiding behind the scenes was far superior to the current Lin Yuan in terms of strength and background. Judging from the way he designed hitorigami, he probably did not even care about ordinary primitive creatures. However, Jiao Wuiying's words, "This guy seems to have protected my interests at times, but his plans and actions are not kind to me. Is he afraid of karma and does not dare to kill me? Or does he want other things on me, so he does not want to kill me? If it is the former, with Jiao Wuiying as a chess piece, he can cut off my way back to the north and trap me in the endless sea. Then he can secretly plot and use the dragon clan of the Four Seas to get rid of me. Therefore, this possibility is not high. Then what he wants from me is the system." F***ck. Lin Yuan's vision went black. He did not have any associated spiritual roots or innate treasures. The only thing that could barely be considered was the green leaf water lotus. However, that thing was still more than 2,900 years away from the next stage of growth. In order to completely mature it, the amount of incense power needed was probably enough for Lin Yuan to ask someone to completely cut off the cultivation heritage of this world. Moreover, the green leaf water lotus was on the northern frontier and not by his side. With the other party's means, he could pull it out at any time. Therefore, other than the system, which was an incomplete heavenly axiom's origin, his other things did not seem to be targeted by such a powerful person. It was like a F***king dream. If he could give away the system, which was a hot potato, Lin Yuan would give it to him directly. After all, this thing represented great karma. Whoever took it would have to go against an existence like Hongjun. Not to mention Hongjun, just the 6 sages alone were not people that anyone could provoke. But the problem was that Lin Yuan was different from the male protagonists in the novels he had read. Whether those damn systems treated the protagonists as puppets, or were sincerely doing it for the protagonist's sake, they were still things that belonged to the protagonists. But this unlucky thing on him, haha. This system now had nearly 10,000 hosts, and it was still increasing. After all, without a world mission like the great old ones, the speed of the increase in hosts would be far greater than the speed of the decrease. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to give it away, he could not. The system did not belong to him. On the contrary, he belonged to the system. Now he was still far from being able to completely break free from the system's control and become a powerful person. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's expression changed again. Not just anyone would know that he was carrying a system with him. Even the heavenly demons under the Nether River Patriarch's command did not recognize his host's identity when they met face to face. So, how did the outer god who was scheming behind the scenes know? Was he really from another world? Was he here for the heavenly axiom's origin? In that case, this might not be the first time this guy had done something like this. As long as I didn't make any mistakes, the system wouldn't be able to unbind me. This thing was practically one with my divine soul. Even if a god were to descend and switch bodies, he would still be able to bring the system with him. So if he wanted to obtain the system in my body, the only way was to possession. WDNND. I'm standing on the bridge looking at the scenery, and the person looking at the scenery is looking at me? Fortunately, no matter if it was a snake or a flood dragon, there were no sweat glands on their bodies. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have already broken out in cold sweat. Now that my soul is so strong that I can even create a divine sense clone, and with the support of the system and the will of the sky martial world, unless a saint descends to the sky martial world, I am absolutely invincible in terms of the strength of my soul. The other party most likely knows this, so he has been secretly plotting, and does not dare to show himself easily. He wants to wait for an opportunity to shake my soul, so that he can take advantage of it. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to quickly calculate in his heart. Chapter 972. Phew. Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of foul air, and his eyes gradually became cold. No wonder the other side had placed so many spies in the northern frontier. Their purpose was to turn the northern frontier into the underworld, and to mess with my mentality. They did not expect that I would use an avatar to investigate the situation in the northern frontier. Now I am mentally prepared. Even if the northern frontier really turns into the underworld, it will not cause my spirit to be shaken and my mind to be distracted. So this guy has instigated another rebellion and wants to set up a trap in the south, or even the endless sea. I will drag you out. Then I will use the underworld fire to roast your spirit for thousands of years. At the same time, Northern Frontier, Shunning City, Northern Frontier Prince's Mansion. Li Zhong and Li Xian sat opposite each other. In front of them was a luxurious jade chessboard, but there was no chess piece on it. Secret report from the Southern Embroidered Uniform Guards. The Empress, who is like a tiger in the south, proposed the Three Kings theory, giving the Southern cultivation world two paths of survival. One is to go north and be restrained by the northern frontier. In the future, the Central Plains and the South will be divided. The second is to continue south and enter the islands. Now the entire South has been mobilized by the Ether Association. What is more interesting is that nearly 80% of the cultivators have chosen to go out to sea. On the contrary, all the civilians without cultivation have chosen to go to the northern frontier. Li Xian cleared his throat. His eyes were filled with a hint of coldness that couldn't be removed. Li Zhong did not speak. After all, as the king of the northern frontier, his authority in the northern frontier was second only to Lin Yuan. This also meant that there was no information left in the northern frontier that he could not access. Even all the information about the embroidered uniform guards, Li Xian as the commander, only knew a little faster than Li Zhong. Although he hadn't seen Li Xian for many years, and Li Zhong didn't dare to say that he understood his younger brother well, he knew that a person who dared to ask for power from the Dragon King wouldn't do it for no reason. The Dragon King didn't pass on any instructions. I only heard from the Brocade Guard that the Dragon King meant to choose the northern frontier to have a chance of survival. Those cultivators who left the south and headed overseas would have to be dealt with sooner or later. Li Xian took a deep breath, squinted his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "This is what I think. Although they have chosen the real path of survival, many of them must have been tempted by the Empress's talk of the Three Kings, and wanted to take the opportunity to enter the northern frontier. But in fact, even if the Three Kings really exist, these people are destined to be disappointed, and will certainly have hidden dangers in the future, so I have the authority, but I won't give you permission for this kind of thing without the Dragon King's clear instructions." Li Zhong suddenly opened his mouth, and interrupted Li Xian's words. Li Xian was slightly taken aback, and said with a wry smile, "You can't say it like that. When these people find out that their efforts were in vain, they will inevitably cause some trouble on the northern frontier. Now that there is a chance to weaken them, why not do it? What's more, now it's the people who went out to sea who aren't willing to let the civilians return to the northern frontier. This is equivalent to outsiders coveting the benefits of the northern frontier. Since they have chosen the northern frontier, they should be working for the northern frontier. Lin Yuan still maintained his silence. Li Xian pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I won't ask you to give me permission, and I won't intervene in the official capacity of the northern frontier. I'll arrange for some spies from the brocade guard to fan the flames and cause a conflict between the two sides. Will that do?" The room instantly fell into silence. The corners of Li Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and Li Zhong's eyes were lifeless, as if his mind had wandered off to another world. After about 3 breaths of time, Li Xian sighed, stood up from the chair, and walked out. The northern frontier has never lacked talents. Whether it is Lei Fan or Qiao Yilin, or even Su Nan and Sherdong, they are all good seedlings. With proper grooming, even if they don't reach the level of a kingdom knight, they will definitely be able to become officials with great power, second only to a few people. Even the position that I am sitting on now should have been Lei Fan's. But look at the northern frontier now. Is there any place for these people to stand? People like Su Nan, who stood on this ship from the very beginning, have now been imprisoned for life. Li Zhong stared at Li Xian's back and said calmly, "The reason why I am able to live till today is not because I am powerful, but because I am clear that there are some things that can be done, even if it is against the rules, but the Dragon King will still be happy in his heart. And there are some things, even if you do it for the good of the northern frontier, in reality, it cannot be done. If you want to live, if you want to rise to the top, you just have to take care of what you are responsible for. Thinking too much, wanting too much, you will die." Li Xian turned around and looked at Li Zhong's serious face, and his voice could not help but become softer. Li Zhong exhaled and said, "In this world, there has never been anyone who dares to say that they have a flawless plan, and that they can play with people in the palm of their hands. Just like the Dragon King once told me about a person called Gue Guzi, who is very powerful. His left hand is vertical, and his right hand is horizontal, and he can play with countries in the palm of his hand. Any one of his disciples is an unparalleled scholar, who can be called a saint or ancestor. But for such a powerful person, although his disciples were all placed in important positions when they went to other countries, none of them had a good ending. Therefore, it is good to be confident, but if you think you are more powerful than anyone else, that is the path to death." Li Xian's hands that were hanging by his side clenched into fists, and he bit his lips hard. Geniuses were all confident and conceited, especially people like Li Xian, who was not even 30 years old, and had the cultivation of Heaven Dipper realm late stage. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses when he traveled around the 7 great empires, learned hundreds of techniques, and was still able to escape unscathed. The Dragon King said that greed is a good thing. Only greed can give people ambition and the motivation to move forward. And the more you have no desire, the more useless you will be, like a cripple. But too much greed is a bad thing. Li Zhong also stood up and said with a smile, "Take care of what you should be responsible for. You don't have to care about other things. Compared to the situation in the south, I am more curious about the investigation of the Hengduan mountain range in this short period of time. Also, do you know about the immortal that the Dragon King asked you to catch? Have you found out where the person who spread the technique to kill immortals in the countryside came from? You don't even know about your own matters. How much more do you want to take on? Someone will die, brother." Li Xian's eyes suddenly shrank when he heard that. The words "someone will die" were repeated by Li Zhong twice in a row. Although he had a certain amount of confidence in his wisdom, he didn't dare to say that the Dragon King, Li Zhong, and the higher-ups of the northern frontier were really inferior to him. He dissuaded me and didn't want me to care about this matter. Was it because this was a trap? Who did the Dragon King want to kill? Li Xian suddenly shivered, and his face was a little resentful. He cupped his hands and said, "There are already some clues. I will go back and sort out the information before sending it to the northern frontier prince's residence." Chapter 973. In the northern frontier, the Li brothers had a tacit understanding. Xiao Wuing, who was in the south, sneezed. He turned his gaze to Chen Ping and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure the one behind you didn't see wrong? That black Jiao will leave the endless sea soon and regain control of the northern frontier?" Chen Ping nodded helplessly and said, "You've asked this question 7 times. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed." That person said very clearly that the Black Jiao's plan in the Endless Sea is coming to an end. What it needs to do next is to accumulate strength and wait for the right time to enter the Endless Sea to reap the fruit that belongs to it. Therefore, it won't be long before the Black Jiao returns to the northern frontier and sweeps away the haze of the northern frontier. After resting for a while, it will lead its army down south to swallow all the former territories of the Shenwu dynasty. Speaking to here, he paused. His gaze was somewhat playful. He smiled and said, "Therefore, if you don't do it now, when the Black Jiao returns, whether the so-called Three Kings theory is true or not will be up to him. If you don't take advantage of this time to settle everything, even if we take care of the Black Jiao, you won't be able to fight against Li Zhong, who is deeply rooted in the northern frontier. Who told you to choose to develop in the south alone instead of staying at the core of the northern frontier, to increase your influence?" A bitter smile appeared on Qiao Wuing's face under the helmet. The king of the northern frontier was a very dangerous position. Power was the sweetest poison in the world. No matter who it was, it would not be easy to get rid of it. Therefore, the king would not submit to others for too long. However, Li Zhong was obviously an exception. He seemed to be uninterested in how much power he had. Even as the king of the northern frontier, he regarded every command of the Black Jiao as extremely important. He carefully pondered over the possible meaning of the command, carefully and rationally restrained himself, not giving the Black Jiao any reason to kill him. In all fairness, Li Zhong was an extremely terrifying opponent. Even someone as ambitious as Qiao Wuing could not be sure if one day he lost the control of Lin Yuan, who had always restrained himself from making mistakes. What kind of power would he explode with? In Lin Yuan's previous life, there was a person like Li Zhong. He was called Hua Guang, Hua Xubing's half-brother of a different mother, and Chang Han's closest relative. He was the only person who had usurped power and lived to the end of his life, like Dong Zhuo. This person, like Dong Zhuo, he had deposed an emperor. This half-brother of Hua Xubing had shown great restraint to gain the trust of the Hanwu emperor, when he was young when Hua Xubing recommended him to be an official. The 38th chapter of Hua Guangjin's biography of Hua Guang was recorded as follows. Hua Guang went out and served the emperor for 20 years. He was careful and had never met a trusted aide. A cautious and restrained person would naturally gain the trust of Emperor Wu of Han. Therefore, Emperor Wu of Han entrusted Hua Guang to him on his deathbed. Hua Guang did his best to assist Emperor Zhao of Han for a total of 12 years. At this point, whether he was poisoned by power or had lost his fear, it was also at this time that Hua Guang revealed his ferocious side. He deposed the prince of Chang'e, Lu He, and brought Lu Bing, a descendant of the Han dynasty who was scattered among the commoners, into the palace. Lu Bingji was not that famous. Not to mention the emperor of Han, he could not even compare to Emperor Xian of the Three Kingdoms. However, when Emperor Xian was on the throne, he sent out 150,000 troops to attack the Xiongnu people. Coupled with the snow disaster, the Xiongnu people suffered heavy casualties. After the Han dynasty won, he set up the Xiandinghu tablet. The famous sentence, "Where the sun and moon shine, where the river flows, it is the land of the Han," came from this. Although the Xiandinghu tablet was destroyed by the Xiongnu people, it was later written by Ban Biao to Lu Xiu. The Han dynasty rules over all the countries. Where the sun and moon shine, they are all my concubines. This sentence was derived from the Xiandinghu tablet. And such an emperor, who was said to be the best in the 2 Han dynasties, even the emperor of Han dynasty, Lu Che, could not compare to him. However, under the suppression of Hua Guang, he could only imitate Hua Guang when he was young. He sat on the dragon throne and stared at Hua Guang. He was cautious, but he did not make any mistakes. He did not give Hua Guang any reason to dethrone him. And this silent battle between the royal family and the relatives ended with Emperor Xian of Han's victory. After all, Emperor Xian of Han was much younger than Hua Guang. It was only 2 years after Hua Guang's death that Emperor Xian of Han completely removed the power that Hua Guang left behind. Although Qiao Wuing did not know that Hua Guang was such a ruthless person. But he grew up in the palace, and when he grew up, he lived among the common people and suffered hardships. Later on, he took over the northern part of the Xinwu dynasty's intelligence work. He could be considered to have seen countless people. With just one look, he could see that Li Zhong was a restrained person. In fact, he had great desires. Once he lost control, there might not be many people in the entire northern frontier who could go against Li Zhong. What Jiu Wuying did not know was that not only he was afraid of Li Zhong, even Lin Yuan was slightly afraid of Li Zhong. It was just that no one pointed this out. The king of the northern frontier was still the king of the northern frontier, and the Black Water Dragon King was still the Black Water Dragon King. But the problem is, Jiu Wuying licked his dry lips and said in a low voice, "The Guardian of the Elysium has restricted the Sky Demon's range of activity, and the Sky Demon's side obviously does not have enough power to break this rule. But it is not only them who are restricted. The northern frontier and us are all within the restrictions. Even if I bring these cultivators and common people, there is no place for us to stand." Chen Ping lowered his head slightly and did not speak. The northern frontier was under Li Zhong's control. If he brought these cultivators and common people to the northern frontier, it would be hard to say for the cultivators, but these common people would not be able to return. If they had a choice, they would not give up the heaven-like northern frontier. Instead, they would choose to face the threat of the demonic beasts, the Sky Demon, and the Qing River Army and rebuild their home. After a moment, Chen Ping shrugged and said, "This is a problem you should consider. After all, you are the one who wants power. We are just partners who each want what we need. And your request for us is only to cure the poison in your body, not to help you become the new king. So let's be frank. If you can't solve this problem, then bring your people back to the northern frontier. Don't expect us to solve these problems for you. Moreover, the Sky Demon is not difficult to deal with for that person, but the source of the Sky Demon is troublesome. Even that person has to be wary of that person. Moreover, the source of the Sky Demon does not have a high status in the world he comes from. That person does not want to be involved in the karma there. Otherwise, do you think the Black Jiao could have lived until today? Do you think you are qualified to cooperate with us?" Chapter 974. While they were talking, on the surface of the Wei River, two slender figures were treading on the water. Clang! Xiao Wuying only glanced at the newcomers, and the long sword at his waist was already unsheathed. His eyes under the mask suddenly shrank to the size of needles. The leader was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His facial features could be considered handsome, but with just one glance, people would forget his face. This was because at this time, people who looked at him would often be attracted by his mysterious and luxurious purple eyes and ignore everything else. His long silver hair hung down from his back, forming a sharp contrast with the black robe he was wearing. The other person followed closely behind the purple-eyed youth. He was also wrapped in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, the temperament on his body was unusually eye-catching. He was crazy but maintained absolute rationality. The two completely opposite temperaments were strangely harmonious on his body. Xiao Wuying had only seen one person like this. The northern frontier, the governor of the bright uniform guards, Luo Su. Why would one of the Black Jiao's subordinates appear here? Even if the northern frontier sent people to receive these southern cultivators and ordinary people, they should be some students from the Northern Frontier Academy or officials working in the local government. Even if Li Zhong came personally, it should not be Luo Su, the head of the Secret Service. Don't be agitated, they are our people. Chen Ping stretched out his hand and pressed down on Xiao Wuying's arm, slowly pressing down the right hand that was holding the sword. Your people? Xiao Wuying was slightly taken aback. His mouth opened to the extent that an egg could be stuffed directly into it. He knew the purple-eyed youth. He was Lei Fan of the Lei royal family branch. His ability was not bad, and he was promoted from the branch by Lei Qiusheng. Originally, he was going to Mountain Blocking City to gain experience for a few years before being transferred to other places. However, his luck was not too good, and he met the Black Jiao, an existence that could not be described with common sense. He was first the king of the northern frontier, and later, because he coveted more power, he was killed by Lin Yuan. As for how Lei Fan came back from the dead, Xiao Wuying was not interested. With that person's means, no matter how difficult the problem was, as long as he thought of a way, it could always be solved. But Luosu Jiu Wuying was afraid of Luosu. After all, Luosu's power and influence in the northern frontier was second only to Lin Yuan. Especially after Sherdong was found to be in cahoots with the Sky Demon, Luosu directly reached the peak of his power. When necessary, he would turn hostile, and not even give face to Li Zhong. Such a person was actually a subordinate of that person? Here comes the problem. How many of the Black Jiao's subordinates hadn't joined him? Seeing Xiao Wuying's doubtful gaze, Luosu's eyes twitched slightly. With his wisdom and experience, it was not difficult to see what Xiao Wuying was thinking. He also wanted to tell Xiao Wuying that in the entire northern frontier, there were not many people who had betrayed the Black Jiao. After all, that person who hid behind the scenes and played tricks had never shown how powerful he was. On the other hand, the Black Jiao had been constantly creating miracles in the past 2 to 3 years, and had almost established an undefeated reputation. Even the Sky Demon, who even the Guardians of the Heaven Gate were helpless against, had to suffer in the northern frontier. To the natives of the Heaven Martial world, what kind of terrifying battle record was this? Therefore, among the traders of the northern frontier, apart from those aristocratic families, there were only a few ambitious people, and a fool like Xiao Wuying. But thinking about it from another perspective, whether he was coerced or voluntary, he had indeed betrayed the northern frontier. With the Black Jiao's personality, he would definitely not let himself have a good ending. And standing in this position, it was difficult to say such words to attack Xiao Wuying. After all, in his eyes, this person was as stupid as Lei Fan back then. They both wanted the power that they should have, but could not have. And among the people with real power in the northern frontier, only Xiao Wuying had taken the initiative to join the northern frontier. Changing his mind, Luosu simply turned his head away, too lazy to look at Xiao Wuying. Lei Fan did not have so many misgivings. No matter whether it was in terms of background or status, he crushed the current Xiao Wuying. So, right from the beginning, he had not paid any attention to Xiao Wuying, and his attention was always on Qinping. He said calmly, "The situation in the northern frontier is not good now." No one would have expected that the Black Jiao would suddenly make a trip back to the northern frontier. So that person had said that we cannot rule out the possibility that we have already been exposed. It would be useless to continue plotting against the northern frontier, and we can only start from the south. How are your preparations coming along? Qinping looked at Lei Fan silently, and did not reply immediately. Lei Fan's brows creased up slightly, and his right hand swiped across his waist, taking out a pitch-black pouch. Throwing it out, he said, "You are actually a demonic beast as well, aren't you? It's fine if mortals value this item highly, but this item is of no use to us at all. Even if we use it to refine weapons, we will find it cumbersome. Furthermore, if you want gold and silver, you can easily obtain countless of them. Yet, you insist on using this kind of transaction to accumulate gold and silver. I don't even know if I should say that you are being pretentious, or that you are abiding by the rules." Qinping stretched out his hand to catch the pouch, and took out a small yellow croaker and placed it in his mouth to bite on it. Instantly he beamed with joy, and tossed the black pouch in his hand, weighing its weight. Only then did he nod his head and say, "All of you should be clear about the situation in the south. The Sky Demon has suffered at the northern frontier, and he will definitely try to make up for it in other places. Then he will see if there is an opportunity to have a decisive battle with the northern frontier. But now, with the Heaven's Gate Protector keeping an eye on this side, no one can break the rules. So the Sky Demon can only go south. Now, it's just a matter of whether he will move overseas or to the northern frontier." Saying that, he looked at Jiu Wuying's ugly expression, and then continued, "But the problem is that he does not have the confidence to defeat Li Zhong, so he does not wish to bring his people and move to the northern frontier. Yet he does not have the means to fight against the Sky Demon alone, so with us helping you, would you still be afraid of a mere Li Zhong?" Lei Fan's brows furrowed even tighter, a puzzled look on his face. The corner of Qinping's mouth curled up, and he said with a cold smile, This fellow is suffering from paranoia. To put it bluntly, he was scared witless by Lei Qiuxing a few years ago. So be it the Black Jiao or us, in his eyes, there is no difference at all. We are all people who want to encroach on his power. So he wants us to help him clear out a piece of territory, but does not want us to share the fruits of victory with him. That's it. All right. Luo Su, who had come along with Lei Fan, patted his bandaged face and said in a deep voice, I can contact a group of purgatory demonic beasts. They have an alliance with the Sky Demon, and if it is to deal with the Black Jiao and the Northern Frontier, I think the Sky Demon will be very willing to make concessions. Moreover, we do not have much time now. We need to settle everything before the Black Jiao finishes setting up the Endless Sea and returns to the Northern Frontier. Lei Fan's face did not show any joy or sorrow, and he only said, That person has urged us more than once. Chapter 975. Through the connection of the scripture of all living beings, although Lin Yuan was in the city of trade, he knew every move of Lei Fan, and the other three like the back of his hand. A pair of blue and white eyes turned slightly. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly and sighed. Their plan is not bad. They want to set up the Three Kings before I return to the Northern Frontier. At that time, Jiao Wuying will be in the Central Plains and face the Northern Frontier. I have spent so much effort and played such a big game of chess, but it did not benefit the Northern Frontier at all. Instead, it became nourishment for the Northern Frontier to cultivate a powerful opponent. Division, betrayal and wasted effort. All these negative emotions piled up together and finally made my mind waver, giving that guy a chance to take advantage of. Unfortunately, reality is many times crueler than illusions, my friend. If the immortals left the Northern Frontier, with their characteristics, it would not be a problem for them to wipe out the Sky Demon army. Although they could not kill them all, it would be easy for them to drive the Sky Demon out of the Central Plains and drive him to the almost empty south. At the same time, they could use the Sky Demon to delay Lin Yuan's return to the Northern Frontier. Before this problem was solved, the fruits of victory in the Endless Sea had not ripened yet. Even if they did, Lin Yuan would not be able to use this victory to connect the Northern Frontier and the Endless Sea. Plus the cooperation of the Sky Demon and the Southern Wasteland, it would be easy to push Lin Yuan into a desperate situation. In a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to see a figure shrouded in a black fog slowly reach out and place a piece on the invisible chessboard. Then the figure whispered, "Kill." Well, that was not wrong. If the person behind Lei Fan's plan was to succeed step by step, Lin Yuan and the Northern Frontier would fall into a passive situation. But the question was, how could he succeed? Lei Fan's entire plan was based on the Southern cultivators, the Southern aristocratic families who were willing to join the Northern Frontier, and the Northern Frontier aristocratic families who were willing to cooperate with him. Lin Yuan did not know what the Southern cultivators and aristocratic families would think. But the aristocratic families of the Northern Frontier? They were just a bunch of people who were scared out of their wits. After massacring well-known families in the Northern Frontier, those people had long realized that the most important thing to do if they wanted to survive in the Northern Frontier was that each individual or group had to abide by the rules of their own circle. Therefore, none of the well-known families in the Northern Frontier were ambitious enough to annex the land, seize it by force, or promote their status by fair means or foul. For the great clans, strength meant greater ambition and desire. But in the eyes of the people of the Northern Frontier, these two things could directly invite death. No, a calamity that could wipe out an entire clan. Nowadays, the Northern Frontier aristocratic families were proud of being weak. It was laughable and ironic. Compared to the aristocratic families in other places, they were the complete opposite. But this was the cruel reality. The Northern Frontier did not keep the aristocratic families quiet. But once the aristocratic families showed their fangs, the Northern Frontier would definitely use thunderous means to wipe them out. After the initial period, in the eyes of the Northern Frontier, the aristocratic families were only different in terms of value. There was no trade-off or compromise. Once the aristocratic families were found to have disloyal intentions, they would destroy them no matter the cost. The aristocratic families of the northern frontier had lost more than once or twice. The destruction of powerful aristocratic families was like an alarm bell that kept ringing in their minds. Especially when Li Xian took over the throne. The massacre that shocked the entire Shunning city. In the hands of the embroidered uniform guards, the aristocratic families were as weak as sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The disciples that they had high hopes for were curled up in the academies of the northern frontier and the local government offices, not daring to make a sound. Even if there were a few who stood out, their target was not the embroidered uniform guards, but the aristocratic families. This was the current northern frontier, a place where all the power was firmly in the hands of the king, and the king was below the gods. Unless Lin Yuan died, it would be difficult for them to have any ambitions. To kill Lin Yuan, they would undoubtedly need the cooperation of the aristocratic families of the northern frontier. But if Lin Yuan did not die, the aristocratic families of the northern frontier would definitely not cooperate. No matter what Lei Fan and the others said. Those who were scared out of their wits would not believe them. Lin Yuan did not deny that the other party's plan was very strong. Once it was completed, it would definitely bring about a psychological blow to him. But the entire plan was wrong from the start. Not to mention the link to kill Lin Yuan. Even the plan would be difficult to complete. But that guy shouldn't be so naive. Is it a smokescreen? Or has he prepared something else? Lin Yuan muttered softly. Then he changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "But now is not the time to care about such things. His strength might be far above mine. Only by taking a step further can I kill him. So dog system, come out and do your work." AA system. I've been offended. But after all, there were rules. Even if the system was unhappy with Lin Yuan, it still had to give out the rewards on time. The countdown for the second stage of the mission, Eliminate the Great Old One, has ended. There are 706 people who have reached the target. The rewards will be given out soon. All hosts, please continue to work hard. One chance to ignite the divine flame. The reward has been given out. Instilling 500 million Joss flames. Instilling complete. The reward has been given out. The second stage of the mission, Eliminate the Great Old One, has been completed. All rewards have been given out. Next, the final stage of the mission will begin. Name. Eliminate the Great Old One. Type. Mandatory mission for all hosts. Number of participants, 706 people. Progress of the second stage of the mission, 1%. Final stage. Eliminate the weeds by the roots. Speed. All hosts have successfully completed the mission of eliminating the Great Old One. The next thing to do is to eliminate the weeds by the roots. Completely eliminate the Great Old One that you have lured out, and ensure that it does not leave any remnants in the world. Beep. Time limit has been cancelled. Beep. Mission failure penalty has been cancelled. Beep. Mission completion reward has been cancelled. Congratulations everyone. Even if you ignore this mission, there will be no punishment, because you are all winners. Rejoice for the sake of surviving. Rejoice to your heart's content. Lin Yuan was speechless. Looking at the series of words in his mind, he could only remain silent. Otherwise, what else could he say? Stingy and searching? The first stage of the mission had brought about the growth of a large realm, a heaven-level cultivation technique, and 200 million Joss flames. He didn't know if he was really lucky or if the system had manipulated him, but in any case, it definitely surpassed the heaven-level cultivation technique. And this time, the reward of one chance to ignite the divine flame and 500 million Joss flames was actually not a small amount. 1 million Joss flames was enough to summon a big shot whose strength was stuck at the peak of this world for a minute, and 500 million Joss flames was enough for the big shot to plow through the entire sky martial world. Unless they encountered those prehistoric creatures that also had strength that exceeded the limits of the sky martial world. Otherwise, even the strongest native would only be able to last 3 rounds. And for an existence of this level, 3 rounds would only take an instant. Chapter 976. However, for some reason, Lin Yuan felt that the system was stingy. Why are you looking at me like that? This is how the rules work. What can I do about it? If I don't give you any punishment, it means that I can't give you too many rewards. Those rewards are not enough for such a compulsory mission. Therefore, I don't give you any rewards at all. Other people don't know the cost of money unless they are in charge. Don't tell me you are not in charge either. The northern frontier is such a big place. Officials of all ranks, teachers of the academy, resources given to students, military pay. These are the real money that you want to give out, right? If it weren't for the fact that the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce is about to collapse, would you have set your sights on the endless sea? Do you think that all my resources come from the wind? Besides, if it weren't for your problem, I wouldn't have initiated this compulsory mission at all. Those dead hosts were all unlucky people who were implicated by you. Most importantly, you cleaned up your own mess. Do you want me to reward you? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He turned his head and said, "Forget it. It's not important. Compared to those things, I'm more curious about what the so-called igniting of the divine fire is." Well, how should I put it? From the information in your mind, there were some igniting of the divine fire in the West in your previous life. However, it was only when you were strong enough that you came into contact with the power of the rules. If you could pass the trial set by the rules, you would be able to possess a certain amount of the power of the rules. In the East, this is called Tao enlightenment. The igniting of the divine fire is also Tao affirmation. Tao affirmation? Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Tao affirmation was a very mysterious thing. If it was in a low-level martial arts world, Tao affirmation could be weak. However, for the primitive heavenly Tao, there was only one explanation for the so-called Tao affirmation: to affirm the chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, compared to the zenith heaven golden immortal below the sage to be. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth, because the so-called origin zenith heaven golden immortal was commonly known as a sage. According to the information from the system, there were not many primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals in the untainted land. They either died or fled. Even a few who could challenge Hongjun had disappeared. After all, Hongjun was one with the way of heaven. Unless there was a balance of the origin of the way of heaven, Hongjun was absolutely invincible in the untainted land. Generally speaking, Hongjun was the only chaos zenith heaven golden immortal who was still active. The reason why the 6 sages were not mentioned was that the 6 sages were heavenly Tao sages, not primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. The 6 sages were all managers selected by Hongjun. Their real realms were not sages, but Hongjun had entrusted their primordial spirits to the way of heaven, ensuring that they were as invincible as sages. Even if their physical bodies died, the primordial spirits entrusted to the way of heaven could still condense a physical body with the help of the way of heaven. They could also borrow the power of the way of heaven when fighting, but they could only be on par with ordinary primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. They could not be as invincible as Hongjun in the untainted land. There was not much difference in strength between the heavenly Tao sages and the real sages. However, the heavenly Tao sages had an extremely fatal weakness. The further they were away from the untainted land, the thinner the power of the way of heaven they could borrow would be, and their strength would be weaker. After a certain distance from the untainted land, their primordial spirits entrusted to the way of heaven would be unable to control their bodies, and would be pulled back into the way of heaven. Rather than calling them sages, it would be better to call them 6 prisoners who were kept captive by Hongjun to manage the untainted land. Therefore, Hongjun did not exist in the world of Journey to the West created by Laozi and Haotian. Another heavenly primogenitor in Sanqing had always wanted to redefine the earth, wind, water, and fire and trace back to the origin in order to form a world of his own and get rid of the restraint of the way of heaven. However, both of them did not end well. In the God Investiture Tribulation, the tribe of Jia was destroyed. After that, Laozi became the Grand Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Court from the Master of the tribe of Ren. In fact, only the famous people on the list of deification would be bound to the Heavenly Court as officials. Even sages could not escape. However, sages were sages after all. Even if they were in the Heavenly Court, they could still kill Haoyan and support Zhangbiren. In the God Investiture tribulation, both Haoyan and the Grand Supreme were losers. Most of the people in the heavenly court were the losers among the ancient mighty powers. They were restrained, restricted, and controlled by the so-called list of deification. The so-called heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were mortal chi practitioners who obtained the immortal position in the heavenly court. They were originally different species derived from Hongjuan's original way of cultivation. Even if they had some achievements in cultivation, they could not compete with the mighty powers in the untainted age. As for the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, they were far from having any achievements in cultivation. Instead, they had limited qualifications and had to submit to the heavenly court to be immortal. Once their immortal status was removed, they would die immediately. Therefore, in the heavenly court, the cruelest punishment for immortals was to remove their immortal status. Even someone as powerful as Tianpeng, the commander of the Heavenly River Navy, had his immortal status stripped away and could only obediently reincarnate. In the end, he still chose the path of the beast and became a pig. If not for Buddhism's scheme during the journey to the West, Tianpeng would have been completely crippled and might not even have the chance to become a demon. After all, Tianpeng reincarnated as a domestic pig. Becoming an immortal was not a blessing. However, under the propaganda of the heavenly court, most of the cultivators worked hard to ascend to the heavenly court. How ironic was that? Some people said that the journey to the West was a scam. In fact, the whole untainted world was a scam. Since Hongjun mastered the way of heaven, all the creatures in the untainted world were just playthings in his hands. Even the 6 sages could not escape the fate of being bound and controlled. As for the plot of the journey to the West, the reason why the monkey could create havoc in the heavenly court and look down on the world was just because of a sentence. The so-called breaking stubbornness requires Wukong. Lie had deceived too many people, and everyone could tacitly allow the monkey to do whatever he wanted until the world of Buddhism intervened and completely shattered this dream. Lu Er replaced the monkey and became the victorious fighting Buddha? Oh, if it was really necessary, the monkey was not even qualified to set foot on the journey to the West. In the journey to the West, Lu Er and the monkey were evenly matched. When they arrived at the holy mountain, Lu Er was beaten back to his original form by Buddha's palm. Then, Lu Er was directly beaten to death by the monkey. It was also at that time that the monkey sadly realized that when those big shots in the heavenly court and earthly court did not go easy on him, the strength he was so proud of was just a palm. Therefore, after that, the monkey became obedient. From then on, the unruly monkey disappeared on the journey to the West. Or rather, the unruly monkey died together with Lu Er in the holy mountain. From then on, there was no equaling heaven sage of the eastern land, only the victorious fighting Buddha of the western land. Chapter 977. In the original text of the Journey to the West, the monkey had never fought in front of the Jade Emperor. The fact that it could fight its way to the southern heavenly gate was already the greatest tolerance of those big shots. Later generations only mentioned the dispute between Buddhism and Taoism, and then this matter was covered up. How many people knew that I had once transformed into a Buddha and set up the trap of Buddhism? Only a few people knew that after the monkey was recruited to the celestial court, he obediently raised horses and planted trees until the immortality peach banquet, when the monkey drank too much wine and caused a disaster. After that, the monkey walked fearlessly in the celestial court. Along the way, he didn't meet many celestial soldiers and celestial generals, let alone immortals. He staggered all the way. How many layers of heaven were there from his residence to the Tushita Palace? Why didn't the monkey who drank too much wine meet any celestial immortals? Was it really so coincidental that the Grand Elder wasn't in the Tushita Palace, and the Tushita Palace was filled with golden elixirs, so he didn't even leave a guard? Did he wait for the monkey to eat the golden elixirs, and then give him a pair of fiery eyes of truth before asking the Buddha to suppress him? There were 2 other popular figures in the heavenly court, the third Prince Neza and the Erlang sage Yang Jian. Both of them were unruly and ruthless characters in their early years. However, there were not many stories about them, so they were just so in the eyes of others. If they were not on par with the monkey, perhaps not many people would pay attention to them. However, compared with the tragic monkey, Yang Jian had always been in a state of spiritual concealment at the mouth of the Guan River. Neza obediently became the great god of the 3 jars of sea in Buddhism. They were totally different from their characters before they became gods. Most likely, like the monkey, they were aware of their own weakness and lamentable. What about me? Lin Yuan curled up his body. The monkey was indeed not that powerful. Later on, when he encountered some slightly more powerful demons on the way to the Mount Flowerfruit, he would be easily defeated. However, the monkey could also be considered as a genius. Back in Mount Flowerfruit, he was already a Yao King. After becoming a disciple of Tristar Slanted Moon Grotto, he cultivated the Grand Grade Heavenly Immortal technique. Add to that his extraordinary talent, his magic power was practically limitless. However, in the eyes of Tathagata, such an existence was nothing more than a palm. Then what was Lin Yuan, who was not even a demon king, in the eyes of those powerful figures in the untainted land? Lin Yuan cleared his mind and asked, "So the reward for this mission is to give me a test. If I pass it, I can directly become a primordial chaos Daoyuo golden immortal? Are you dreaming? If I have this ability, the hosts under my command will directly have saints. Even if Hongjun steals the heavenly Tao, he won't be able to fight against 10,000 saints. I didn't even have that ability when I was at my peak. At most, I could let a few living beings of the primordial world entrust their essence souls to the heavenly Tao. 6 saints was already the limit. However, the opportunity to ignite the divine fire depends on how you use it. If your realm is high enough, it can indeed save you the time to comprehend and directly come into contact with the power of the rules. However, I don't recommend using it this way. Throughout the countless years of the primeval age, there have been countless talents, but only a handful of primordial chaos cultivators have achieved the primordial chaos. After all, the power of the rules is not something that can be given to anyone. The so-called 3,000 primeval demon gods are merely 3,000 incarnations of the rules. 3,000 ancient fiend gods. Everyone was at the level of the god of creation. However, this level of existence was indeed weak in the eyes of the rules itself. After all, there were endless worlds outside the primeval age, and the power of the rules was pervasive. Whether the world was complete or not, there must be the existence of the rules. The so-called 3,000 ancient fiend gods were merely the manifestation of the power of the rules in the primeval age. For example, it was like Thanos who had obtained 6 infinity stones and controlled the power of the entire universe in his hands. With a snap of his fingers, he could directly kill half of the living beings in the universe. The rules themselves were this level of power. They were undetectable, but they were everywhere. Then what's your suggestion? Lin Yuan was a little absent-minded. After all, this was a chance to directly become a primordial chaos Daoyuo golden immortal. Once he passed the trial set by the rules, then in the next moment he would directly grow into an existence that could compete with Hongjun. He would not be like now, where he even dared to bully an outer god of unknown origin. Although this trial was extremely difficult, asking people to give up such an opportunity was no different from a mortal ascending to the heavens. There are 2 ways to ignite the divine fire. One is like what I said, to directly manifest the rules in your heart. After passing the test, you can directly become a primordial chaos Daoyuo golden immortal. However, since ancient times, there have been very few people who have been able to pass the trial. Even in the primeval age, almost all the existences with the strength of saints were born with their cultivation. And I suggest you choose the other way to ignite the divine fire, which is to give up the option that looks very tempting, but has a high probability of losing both money and goods. You can keep it and use it as a consumable when necessary. Use the power of incense as fuel to ignite the divine fire for a time-limited buff. Before the power of incense you inject burns out, you can directly use the power of the rules. Consumable? Inject the power of incense? The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the system's bad character, like a Russian doll, probably could not be changed. Although the power of incense given out in the first stage of the mission was not used up directly, it was used up one after another in the subsequent events, especially when setting up the Empress Arsenal in the south. It was simply a huge drain on the power of incense. Those powerful skills from different worlds were not cheap. And there was also the universal scripture that could not be cultivated without the help of the system. The reward for the second stage of the mission was indeed more generous than the first stage. However, when igniting the divine fire became a consumable, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that 500 million power of incense was simply too little. However, nothing was absolute. Even Lin Yuan himself was not sure if he would encounter such a dangerous situation. Used the power of the rules? Lin Yuan lowered his head and looked at the flame mark that appeared on his white belly. His eyes revealed bitterness again. I don't think the natives of this world can force me to that extent. Lin Yuan was silent for a while before saying, if I need to use this thing one day, it will only be in the primeval age. However, by then, I might have already become a primeval age. What nonsense are you thinking? Do you think I should congratulate you in advance or remind you not to dream? If the system had a physical body, the veins on its forehead might have popped out. By the way, if I really have to use the divine fire, will this thing really work? Will the borrowed power of the rules be random, or are there other rules? After all, it was something that he had to use to fight for his life. Lin Yuan asked carefully. Chapter 978. Be careful. The system soon began to display words. The two large blood-red words were clearly different from the way it had communicated with him before. Lin Yuan. Before he could even react, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his vision blur. The image of an old man wearing a long white robe suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Caught you. He could not see the old man's lips moving, nor could he hear his voice. However, after the two of them looked at each other, Lin Yuan suddenly understood the meaning of the other party's words. It was extremely similar to the way he communicated with the system. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. At this moment, the old man in white robes had already raised his right hand, aimed it at Lin Yuan, and lightly clenched it. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt as if countless bombs had exploded in his mind. Other than a blank space, there was only a rumbling sound. The space began to collapse, and the world began to wail. Lin Yuan was directly lifted up by an invisible and abundant force. The hard black scales on his body began to crack, then turned into fine powder and slowly scattered. Golden blood was continuously squeezed out of Lin Yuan's body. However, Lin Yuan did not feel any pain. At this moment he felt as if he was a bystander, standing to the side and watching himself being tortured, yet unable to do anything. Boom. Boom. Another two frightening forces emerged. One of them also came from the unseen world, and the other came from Lin Yuan's body. These two forces were completely different, yet there were some similarities. They faintly appeared to be joining forces to resist the power of the old man in white robes who was trying to kill Lin Yuan. However, when the three forces collided, they were evenly matched. Clearly, no one could do anything to the other. However, taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yuan's consciousness became much clearer. Although he was still unable to move, his mind was active. The will of the world and the system had to join forces to fight evenly with the other party? Who exactly was that white-robed old man? It seems that there is something wrong with the prehistoric creatures in this world. I have trained countless hosts to fight against Hongjun. Other than Luo Ho and Yi Zhu, who fought their way to Hongjun, the other hosts only faced the 6 sages at most. Moreover, they only met the 6 sages after fighting their way to the prehistoric world. Why is it that when it came to you, Hongjun personally attacked you before you could grow? The system's little head was obviously filled with big question marks. Hongjun. Lin Yuan was shocked. The white-robed old man didn't seem to be anything special. At most, he had a sage-like aura. However, his face seemed to have some kind of special magic. You could clearly see his face, but when you turned your face away, you would almost forget it. This old man was actually Hongjun. Was this a Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal who had fused with the Heavenly Tao? Lin Yuan actually didn't know how far the Heaven Martial world was from the prehistoric world. However, he knew that when Hongjun imprisoned the six sages and the creatures of the prehistoric world, he was also like a prisoner who could only guard the prehistoric world. Otherwise, once he left, the origin of the Heavenly Tao would return to the prehistoric world and regain control of the Heavenly Tao. At that time, it would join forces with the six sages and the creatures of the prehistoric world. Even Hongjun would have to flee to other worlds to avoid the danger. Therefore, Hongjun had always been very aggressive. Although he wanted to hunt down the creatures of the prehistoric world, he also wanted to conquer more worlds to provide incense power for himself. According to the universe theory of his previous life, the distance between two worlds was at least calculated in light years. However, the distance between these two unrelated worlds could be described as infinite. Even if a Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal left his own world, he wouldn't be able to easily cross the sea of suffering to find the world he wanted to go to. This distance was worthy of being called infinite. Therefore, across the infinite space, Hongjun could directly project himself into my consciousness and crush me to death? What kind of terrifying power was this? Previously, the man in the white coat called by Lin Yuan had done something similar. He killed countless cultivators who were secretly spying on him. However, the difference between the two was not small. Every inch of distance between the two of them was a qualitative change. For example, the existence of the Sword Immortal level could kill people from 1,000 miles away as easily as taking something out of his pocket. The Tang Dynasty sword sage Pei Min and First Madame Gong's son could throw their swords into the clouds hundreds of feet high. Looking back, the lost Yu Nu swordsmanship from the Warring States period was said to be able to destroy 3,000 soldiers with one sword. In the later period of the same era, Gunya also had the 100 Steps flying sword. However, although the latter examples could be called sword sages and sword grandmasters, they were still in the realm of mortals. Even if they could reach the peak, they couldn't be compared to the sword immortals who could control their swords for 1,000 miles. This was the difference between the man in the white coat and Hongjun. If not for the system and the will of the world working together to resist, Hongjun could easily crush him to death even if he was in the great desolate world. Although the man in the white coat's technique was terrifying, it was only displayed in the sky martial world. It was like the difference between throwing a sword and controlling it for 1,000 miles. At this moment, the collision of the three forces was coming to an end. Let's stop here for today. Hongjun slowly put down his right hand. His gaze turned and once again looked at Lin Yuan. The scene in his consciousness suddenly disappeared. The power of the system and the will of the world also coincidentally returned to their formless state. Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of foul air, and his eyes looked a bit gloomy. The palace he lived in had already collapsed under the collision of the three powerful forces. Lin Yuan, who was crushed under the rubble, could not find a single intact scale on his body. A large amount of pink flesh was exposed to the air. Pain assaulted him like a tidal wave. This enmity, I will remember it. Demonic energy surged, evaporating the golden dragon blood on his body. The scales on the surface of his body started to grow rapidly after losing the pressure. After his external injuries had more or less recovered, Lin Yuan's figure flashed. He smashed apart the debris piled on top of him. Twisting his body, he swam out, as if nothing had happened. Only the countless gray-scaled flood dragon people and brave crab people who had rushed over were left behind. They stared at the rubble with dumbfounded expressions. That was a palace made of willow stones. Even if a demonic beast of the demonic king level attacked with all its might, it might not even leave a fist-sized mark. In the end, it had only been built for 2 months and it had collapsed just like that. The Blackwater Dragon King they were loyal to was only in the desolate demonic realm. But this destructive power, wasn't it a little too terrifying? In every corner of the sky martial world, countless experts' eyes were filled with shock. They looked in the direction of the endless sea without moving. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on their foreheads. To these cultivators who had already come into contact with the limits of the world, they could not even control their basic physiological reactions. It could be seen how shocked they were. Chapter 979. Lord Tian, did you see what happened over at the Endless Sea? One of the Elysium Guardians felt a chill run down his spine, fear still lingering on his face. The Elysium Guardians, who had died tragically for spying on the Black Jiao last time, were still vivid in their minds. If it weren't for the huge commotion this time, they wouldn't have taken a look no matter what. However, they risked their lives to take a look, but they couldn't see anything. They could only feel three powerful auras constantly colliding and eventually dissipating into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Something is covering that area. The one called Lord Tian was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He had red lips, white teeth, and a jade-like face. He wore a blood-red brocade robe with a black jade pendant hanging from his waist. Behind him, 6 swords that were 3 feet long floated. Whether it was the brocade robe, the black jade, or the swords, they all emitted a strong spiritual light. They were clearly not ordinary objects. Waving his hand, Lord Tian waited for the guardian of the Elysium to leave. His face gradually turned cold as he murmured, "That aura just now belonged to that person." He actually took action personally. It seems that the Black Dragon is a greater threat to him than I thought. Speaking of this, he turned his gaze to the north, and a ferocious smile gradually appeared on his face. "Since the Black Jiao is so important, I can't let you do whatever you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Tian put his hands together, and his fingers moved like butterflies, creating afterimages. He quickly formed a mysterious seal, and the 6 swords behind him immediately turned into 6 streams of light and flew north. "Disciples of the Jie sect, listen up." Suddenly, a clear and cold voice rang out in some people's minds. On the other side in the Endless Sea, Tong Tian. Lin Yuan? One of the 6 sages, the only one among the Sanqing sect who believed in education without discrimination? The corners of Lin Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. He couldn't possibly have to face one of the 6 sages after Hongjun left, right? Damn. Was the chance of igniting the divine fire so small? Could it be that as long as he held this thing in his hand, countless powerful enemies would come knocking on his door? For a moment, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain. That's not right. If it was really the prime of Tong Tian, why would he be here? During the investiture of the gods, the entire Jie school was destroyed. The prime of Tong Tian was captured by Hongjun for Hongwan and locked up. Well, that was what was recorded in novels like The Investiture of the Gods. After that, the prime of Tong Tian rarely appeared in the myths and legends. Also, isn't the prime of Tong Tian one of the 6 saints? He can leave the chaos world? No, that wasn't right. The heaven martial world had a limit. It couldn't withstand the descent of a saint. If a saint forcefully descended into this world, they would either have to suppress their cultivation base to the limit, or return to nothingness along with this world. However, the system obviously had no intention of continuing the conversation with Lin Yuan on this topic. Even the 2 words sky-piercing, in the beginning were just a slip of the tongue. Lord Dragon King. Moao flew over. His gaze swept across the ruins behind Lin Yuan. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He asked, "We just sensed an extremely terrifying aura here. Did someone attack you?" Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Then he said calmly, "I went astray during my cultivation, causing my demonic energy to leak out. It's fine now. I'll just clean up the ruins." Moao was speechless. The surrounding gray-scaled flood dragon people and brave crab were speechless. You went astray during your cultivation, causing your demonic energy to leak out and instantly destroy a Willowstone palace? Can't you act like a desolate demon realm cultivator? Is this something you can do? What are you looking at? Put away your eyes. Otherwise, I'll poke all of you blind sooner or later. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible feeling of being spied on instantly vanished. After all, after the incident with the white coat, very few people dared to continue spying on Lin Yuan. This was especially so after Lin Yuan threatened them. After all, the Black Jiao had been famous for a long time. Everyone knew that this Black Jiao had an unruly personality. If anyone insisted on going against him, they would be done for by the Black Jiao's crazy revenge. Countless experts withdrew their spying gazes. However, they still gathered together and whispered to each other. Lin Yuan's rhetoric is, in fact, the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Those with weaker cultivations might have believed him. After all, Lin Yuan couldn't be judged by common sense since his appearance. He could even exchange a few blows with an ancestral demon. Although they didn't dare say that he could win, it wouldn't be that easy for an ancestral demon to kill him. The young ancestral dragon from the Four Seas Dragon tribe was a bloody example. Although the Four Seas Dragon tribe had protected the Black Jiao, everyone knew that even if no one protected the Black Jiao, it was still unknown who would win. However, those with profound cultivations definitely wouldn't believe such words. This was because they could clearly sense that although there were 3 auras fighting, there were actually 4 auras in the void. The aura that was so weak that it was almost undetectable belonged to Lin Yuan. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could vaguely guess that an extremely terrifying existence was preparing to kill Lin Yuan. At the same time, the other 2 terrifying existences had protected Lin Yuan. The existence that made the first move had retreated when it saw that the situation wasn't good. As for how terrifying the 3 who made the move were, whether it was the transcendent realm or the ancestral demon realm, in the eyes of such existences, they were just ants that could be easily crushed. At this moment, the experts of various forces once again felt the terrifying background of Lin Yuan. Especially the experts of the Four Seas Dragon tribe and the Sea Monster Guild who had previously joined forces to scheme against Lin Yuan. They were even more frightened at this moment. Even if they were already cautious in their actions, the trade city was Lin Yuan's painstaking effort after all. Once they took it away, even if they didn't harm the Black Jiao's life, it was hard to guarantee that the Black Jiao wouldn't summon the mysterious expert behind him to attack them. But the problem was things had already reached this point. It was too late to stop now. Just when the experts of both sides were scared out of their wits, a travel-worn dragon bloodline beast suddenly broke into the West Sea Dragon Palace and brought an extremely terrifying news to the West Sea Dragon King. 6 hours ago, the Outer Sea beasts had begun to attack the Great Wall of Willowshire. The messenger who came back to deliver the news hurriedly used the teleportation array, with the warrant of the Four Seas Dragon Palace, to send the news back in time. Otherwise, it would be a few months later when the Four Seas Dragon tribe received the news of the attack on the Great Wall of Willowshire. This matter was even beyond Lin Yuan's expectations, because he never thought that the news of the attack on the Great Wall of Willowshire would reach the ears of the Four Seas Dragon tribe so quickly. Chapter 980. The West Sea Dragon King had his hands behind his back as he paced back and forth in the Crystal Palace. His eyes were so gloomy that they were about to drip water. To be able to stand out from countless powerful Dragon King demonic beasts and become this generation's Dragon King, the 4 great Dragon Kings were not ordinary people. Therefore, when the news from the Willowstone Great Wall came back, the West Sea Dragon King quickly realized that this was Lin Yuan's doing. Although he did not know the details, he could roughly guess that the Black Jiao had seen through their plan of boiling the frog in warm water, and then played a trick of leading the wolf into the house, leading the demonic beasts into this game. The Black Jiao is definitely not doing this just to take revenge on us. What he wants is time, and there must be. What does he want? The West Sea Dragon King's eyes narrowed into a line. His brain was spinning crazily, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out what benefits Lin Yuan wanted. Or rather, after the demonic beasts from the Outer Sea entered the game, what benefits could the Black Jiao obtain? He believed that the Black Jiao had a temper, otherwise he would not have flipped the table with the Four Seas Dragon clan. But a brute would not be able to reach this step today. The demonic beast from the Outer Sea entering the game was obviously a variable brought about by the Black Jiao's careful planning, and not because of a moment of anger and unreasonable revenge. Pass down the order. For the time being, do not move. Let's see how the Sea Demon Guild will deal with it. The West Sea Dragon King could not figure out Lin Yuan's purpose, and waved his hand in annoyance. The Four Seas Dragon clan represented the current orthodox overlords of the Endless Sea, and the Sea Demon Guild represented the sea demon clans that lived in the Endless Sea. The relationship between the two was similar to the relationship between the royal family and the aristocratic family. Both sides had no choice but to work together most of the time. After all, the rise of the ancient clans, the greed of the demonic beasts from the outer sea, these things were not something that a single side could bear. Even if they could withstand it once or twice, their foundation would be damaged in the continuous war, and they would be replaced by other clans in the end. But this time, the scene of Black Jiao's massacre outside the Willowstone Fortress was still fresh in their minds. The three terrifying auras that had erupted from the Willowstone Sea region and shocked the entire Sky Martial continent had just disappeared. At this time, who would dare to provoke Black Jiao? Yes, the adult dragon who sent the message bowed his head silently. It didn't understand the West Sea Dragon King's decision, nor did it understand why he didn't send reinforcements to support the Great Wall of Willow. Instead, he hoped that the Siren Guild would make the first move. After all, the Four Seas Dragon Clan was the mortal enemy of the Outer Sea monsters. Once the Outer Sea monsters entered the deep sea, they would never let go of the opportunity to slaughter the dragon bloodline monsters. But what could it do? It was just a small fry. It could either listen to orders or die. There was no third option. On the other hand, the Siren Guild also received the news immediately. After all, the Siren Guild's branches were spread all over the deep sea region. Moreover, their foundation was not much worse than the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Although they didn't have the ability to activate the teleportation formation in an emergency like the Four Seas Dragon Clan, they were still able to transmit the news quickly with the reputation of the various big clans and sufficient resources. They were only a little bit slower than the West Sea Dragon Palace. What is the attitude of the Four Seas Dragon Palace? A giant sea turtle that stood up like a human turned its head to look at the guild member, who came to report the news. Its face was somewhat similar to a human's, but its dark green skin did not show any emotions. The guild member thought for a moment and said, "Although I rushed back to the headquarters as soon as possible, I'm certainly not as efficient as the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Before you received the news about the attack of the Outer Sea monsters, the Four Seas Dragon Clan must have already known about it. However, so far, the Four Seas Dragon Clan doesn't seem to have given any orders to mobilize their troops. It seems they are planning to bide their time." The giant sea turtle was silent for a moment. Then it sneered and shook its head. It said, "The Four Seas Dragon Clan is indeed getting worse with each generation. Black Jiao might have caused such a big commotion before just to intimidate them. They were indeed intimidated. A major event like the attack of the Outer Sea monsters does not allow for the slightest hesitation or negligence. Once they kill their way into the deep sea region, none of the monsters with the Dragon Clan's bloodline will be able to survive. At this time, they still chose to bide their time and wait for our Siren Guild to take the lead." "Huh?" The guild member hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "Then should we also bide our time? After all, the Great Wall of Willows is not that easy to attack. Even if we don't send reinforcements, the Outer Sea monsters might not be able to break in. Moreover, even if they break in, they—" At this point, the guild member's voice abruptly stopped. There was indeed a blood feud between the Outer Sea demon beasts and the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. However, after so many years, the ancestors of both sides had basically died. Now the target of the Outer Sea demon beasts' hatred was no longer the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas. Almost all demon beasts with dragon bloodline were on their hunting list. And now, in the deep sea region, how many monsters did not have the Dragon Clan's bloodline? The Four Seas Dragon Clan can bide their time, because the forces of the various sea demon clans are growing day by day. The respect for the Four Seas Dragon Clan has long been lost. Therefore, as long as the Outer Sea monsters can't attack the Four Seas Dragon Palace. No, even if the Four Seas Dragon Palace falls, as long as the Dragon Temple exists in the Endless Sea, the Four Seas Dragon Clan can continue to maintain the strategy of biding their time. But can we? The sea areas near the Great Wall of Willows are almost all important strategic points for us. If we lose those sea areas, our connection with the land will be directly cut off. In addition, a large number of our monsters will die. If we turn around and face the Four Seas Dragon Clan that is almost at their peak, do you think they will make the same mistake that their ancestors made when they underestimated the enemy and let us grow into a big problem? The sea turtle's face was gloomy, and he whispered, "The Four Seas Dragon Clan wants to borrow a knife to kill the monsters." The guild member's face was also gloomy. Now the structure of the Endless Sea was divided into the Outer Sea Monsters and the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan was divided into various Dragon Clan clans and the orthodox Four Seas Dragon Clan. Among them, the most awkward ones were monsters like them. The Dragon Clan's blood flowed in their bodies, but they were not recognized by the Four Seas Dragon Clan. However, in the eyes of the Outer Sea Monsters, the Dragon Clan's blood in their bodies was a great sin. Therefore, they could only rely on the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Therefore, the Great Wall of Willows must not be lost. President, I understand. I will go and arrange. The guild member swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said nervously. However, before he could finish his words, the sea turtle raised its claw and interrupted him. It immediately continued. We will not move. The Great Wall of Willows is not so easy to capture. We and the Four Seas Dragon Clan know this. If they don't move, we won't move either. Taking a step back, even if the Great Wall of Willows falls, the Four Seas Dragon Clan will not stay out of it. This time, we may really have a chance to replace them. Chapter 981. The entire strategy of the Outer Sea Monster Beasts was overturned. However, there were no objections among the allied army of monsters. It was because the Black Jiao's plan was more perfect. Or rather, the probability of success was higher. Therefore, batch after batch of Outer Sea Monster Beasts began to prepare their troops outside of the Great Wall of Willow City. They were not in a hurry to attack the city. Instead, they slowly gathered all kinds of resources from the rear. They even built siege weapons on the spot. In fact, they were doing very well. However, they did not even launch a single probing attack. After the battle, at a place where the defenders of the Great Wall of Willow City could not see, a large number of Outer Sea Monster Beasts arrived at the City of Trade through a temporary teleportation formation. They easily annihilated the sunken reefs surrounding the City of Trade and the surrounding sea monster beasts. Then they split up into smaller groups and rushed towards the predetermined battle location. As for Lin Yuan, he had already built a high platform to watch the show. He was smiling as he watched the preparations for the show. In terms of military strategy, any military officer with at least 3 years of military experience would be able to easily defeat Lin Yuan. That was because Lin Yuan's knowledge came from all kinds of literature and movies. After all, he lived in Qingping era in his previous life. Therefore, he could only imitate what he saw. It was very difficult for him to deal with unexpected situations and come up with new tactics. However, if one were to look at the overall situation, even if Lei Qiuxing, Yan Xingqi and Zhao Xiang were at their peak, they would not be able to defeat him. On the battlefield, even the slightest movement could change the situation. Once Lin Yuan consumed his demonic energy and Zhao's flame power, he could instantly control the entire battlefield, or even a larger area. No troop's movement could escape his eyes. True and false military strategies were meaningless before his eyes that could see through everything. In addition, Lin Yuan had also consumed Zhao's flame power to construct a temporary communication network. It was divided into an overall network and a regional network. As long as one's consciousness was connected to this network, even if they were very far away, they could directly transmit information through their thoughts. It was very convenient whether it was the dispatch of a large army or the command of a small army that was going to carry out a big plan. During the battle, he could even switch from the internet to the local network. Other than the general, other members could only listen to the general's orders. The combination of these two abilities instantly created an invincible war god. If one were to disregard the factor of cultivation, a person with these two abilities could easily become invincible in any low-level martial arts world in the era of cold weapons. Even if the opponent had constructed a huge net that would kill him, As long as he didn't set it up in an instant and pull it back in an instant, the connection points of the net would be destroyed and he would be defeated. Because in front of such an ability, you couldn't hide anything. The more tricks you had, the faster you would be defeated. A1, A3, and A5 are already in position. Look for the designated base on the spot. After everything is settled, search for the gathering points of dragon blood demon beasts, or the teams transporting supplies in units of 100 kilometers. Kill anyone who finds anything. B2, B7, B11, and B1-13 be prepared. Once the first 3 scouting squads are engaged in a battle, support them immediately, and ensure the victory of the scouting squads. Also, more importantly, do not let anyone leave alive. Also, C9, do not go any further. There is an army of dragon blood demon beasts 15 kilometers ahead of where you are right now. Both in terms of quantity and capability, they are more powerful than you. If you are engaged in a battle, your odds of winning are no more than 30%. Therefore, abandon your original route and hide here. Wait for my next instruction. Lin Yuan's voice was echoing in the communication network non-stop as he commanded the demon beasts from the outer sea in an orderly manner. It was a command plan that the leaders of the demon beasts from the outer sea had acquiesced to, just like how the dragons of the 4 seas and the guild of sea demons were scheming against each other. Few of them could resist the temptation once the command of the battle fell into their hands. After all, they only needed to move their mouths, and the followers of their opponents would be killed. After the battle was over, they could easily swallow the territories of their opponents and all the benefits that they had gained in the battle. Who could resist that? The Warring States Kingdom had joined forces to attack the Qin state 5 times. 2 of them won, 2 of them lost, and 1 of them was resolved without a battle. Even if the overall situation was taken into account, the Allied forces were far more powerful than the Qin state. But in the end, they were defeated because of the lack of unity. Every country had their own plans, and they were defeated faster and more ruthlessly than when they faced the Qin state alone. However, as an existence in the age of information explosion, Lin Yuan would naturally avoid such a mistake. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask for the command. With the Black Jiao's invincible prestige and the strong temptation brought by the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce, the demon beasts from the outer sea did not resist too much. However, even if the demon beast army was an army, there were still many drawbacks. For example, in the human army, there was usually a detailed division of troop types, the number of troops, and so on. But the demon beasts did not have these. The combat units of the demon beasts were usually calculated by the group. After all, the demon beasts were invincible in the field under the same realm. When they encountered an opponent, they just had to rush forward. If they won, they won. If they lost, there was nothing to say. However, there were too many existences that humans could not defeat individually. They had to consider the corresponding cooperation to maximize the combat power, so the system had to be perfected. It was just that for Lin Yuan, who was used to the commander of the human army system, commanding the demon beasts to fight was really too torturous. Although the outcome of this war was already destined, Lin Yuan would not have any psychological burden for the death of these demon beasts. But after all, he was also the one who benefited from it. If he could inflict heavy losses on the Dragon Clan and the Sea Demon Guild, why not? Therefore, Lin Yuan could only make a simple formation for the demon beast army. With every 1,000 demon beasts as a unit, the number of each demon beast would be determined according to the time of dispatch. Different letters at the beginning meant that they would perform different tasks after arriving at the predetermined location. For example, the letter A was the enemy search team, and the letter B was the support team. As for the cooperation between the troop types, if there was time, he could consider it. However, the demon beasts in the outer sea had different racial talents. Lin Yuan did not have an ancient human diet book, like the classic of mountains and seas, to distinguish these demon beasts. It was also impossible for him to open the eye of God to check their attributes one by one. He could only ask roughly and directly send them out. As for whether these demon beasts were compatible with each other, only God knew. Under the observation of the eye of God, the formations named by Lin Yuan all moved in an orderly manner. According to the information given by Lin Yuan, They easily found the nearby dragon bloodline demon beasts, or bypassed the strong enemies that they could not defeat. Chapter 982. One after another, the demonic beasts went to the designated mission location. Lin Yuan's blue-white eyes flashed with a cold light. Jiao Yi, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, stared at the dynamic holographic map formed by the power of incense in front of him, and sighed in amazement. When he was fighting with Lin Yuan before, he had already realized what kind of damage Lin Yuan's series of combination punches would bring to the dragon bloodline demonic beasts. But at that time, it was still the most basic battle. Both sides had their own advantages and disadvantages, and they were barely in a state of equality. But when he looked at the actual war, Lin Yuan undoubtedly became more and more terrifying. Nothing could escape his eyes. The area where the dragon bloodline demonic beasts were stationed in advance was easily bypassed. The demonic beasts shuttled through various sea regions, and the Great Wall of Willowshire slowly moved, transporting various materials to fill the warehouse of the Great Wall of Willowshire. Everything seemed so orderly, but the dragon bloodline demonic beasts probably didn't know that their every move was under Lin Yuan's observation. The whole battlefield was like a game of chess in Lin Yuan's eyes. However, this kind of game was obviously not so good for the commander of the other side. 5 days. In just 5 days, the most important part of the Great Wall of Willowshire's plan to resist the outer sea demonic beasts was easily destroyed. Those sea regions that could provide continuous support to the Great Wall of Willowshire were more or less attacked to varying degrees. Some of the stronger sea regions were able to withstand a few rounds of attacks, while some of the weaker sea regions were destroyed in one fell swoop. But even if the sea regions were not destroyed, they sent out signals for help again and again. They didn't dare to send any troops to transport supplies to the Great Wall of Willowshire. They had already fought with the outer sea demonic beasts, and they clearly knew that in the case of the same number of demonic beasts, they couldn't win at all, because they were only demonic beasts, and the other side was an army of demonic beasts. Lin Yuan's backstab had almost cut off all of the Great Wall of Willowshire from receiving outside resources. After all, a place like the Great Wall of Willowshire was not a place that could produce all kinds of resources. It was mainly a place of danger and desolation. In other words, although there were a lot of troops stationed here, the people in power here had to rely on the rear to survive. There was absolutely no possibility of rebellion. Lin Yuan had taken advantage of this point to trap the defenders of the Great Wall of Willowstone. Unless the dragon race of the Four Seas and the Siren Guild took action. Commander, those outer sea demonic beasts that are attacking our rear and harassing our supply lines and the sea are truly abominable. If this goes on, our Great Wall of Willowstone will be in danger. Commander, please give the order quickly and send a troop to the rear to kill those reckless outer sea demonic beasts. A red crab race demon king stood up like a human. Blood chi burst out from his body like a long dragon. On the other hand, the demonic beast that was called Commander was a huge turtle with a metallic luster. Its shell was covered in moss, and its skin was covered in spikes. Only its head was no different from a pure-blooded dragon. I hate that I agree with your decision to attack. The big turtle glanced at the red crab and said coldly, "But first, how many demonic beasts are you going to bring out?" So far, our scouts have not figured out how many outer sea demonic beasts there are behind us. If you bring out too few demonic beasts, not only will it be ineffective, it will also lead to the destruction of the entire army. When that happens, they will be even more rampant. The big turtle paused. Its pair of orange vertical pupils shook slightly. It continued, "But if you bring too many demonic beasts, Over the past 5 days, the outer sea demonic beasts had been preparing their troops outside the Great Wall of Willowstone. If this were any other time, the defenders of the Great Wall of Willowstone would naturally be happy to do so. After all, with so many demonic beasts gathered together, the amount of food consumed every day was incomparably terrifying. No matter how well prepared the outer sea demonic beasts were, they would still be dragged to death. When that time came, they would have no choice but to retreat. On the other hand, There would not even be any casualties on the Great Wall of Willowstone. But the problem was, this was not a normal situation. The Outer Sea demonic beasts still had their own supply lines. Even if they were not well prepared, it would not be a problem for them to last for 1 or 2 years. But the Great Wall of Willowstone's reserves had been estimated. At most, it would be empty in another 2 months. No matter how frugal they were, it would be difficult to extend this time. Even worse was that the Outer Sea demonic beasts had burned, killed, and looted. Most of the sea regions had been destroyed. The remaining sea regions were the forts that the decision-makers had built in the belief that the Great Wall of Willowstone might not be safe. Their purpose was to delay the Outer Sea demonic beasts for a period of time after the Great Wall of Willowstone was destroyed. They would not allow the Outer Sea demonic beasts to directly attack the most prosperous sea regions. At the same time, as a precaution, to prevent the Outer Sea demonic beasts from using transmission arrays to cross over to the forts behind, none of the sea regions near the Great Wall of Willowstone had been set up with transmission arrays. The closest transmission array to the Great Wall of Willowstone required a demon king to travel for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Currently, the rear of the Great Wall of Willowstone was in ruins. Unless it was an ancestral demon, it was impossible to cross over to the blockade of the Outer Sea demonic beasts. In order to deliver the message, it had already lost nearly 7 of its demon kings. If it sent any more demon kings out, it would be a huge loss. As for the direct descendants of the Four Seas Dragon clan, they were not people that these mixed-blood demonic beasts could order around. The current situation was so thorny. To clear out the Outer Sea demonic beasts at the rear, if it sent too few demonic beasts, it would be easy for them to be eaten by the Outer Sea demonic beasts. But if it sent too many, the Outer Sea demonic beasts outside would immediately attack. But if it did not clear out the Outer Sea demonic beasts? Haha, just wait to starve to death. As for how the Outer Sea demonic beasts knew about the situation at the Great Wall of Willowstone, it was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes watching their every move from the top. No matter how they moved, they could not hide from the eyes of the Outer Sea demonic beasts. The 7 demon kings had taken 7 different routes, but they had all died at the same time. The shattered life tokens in its hand were like a slap to its face. The only thing we can do now is to defend and wait for reinforcements. Big Turtle sighed and said in a deep voice, "We have already fallen into their trap. We can't move at all. Unless the army at the rear starts to move towards us, otherwise, wait a little longer. They already know about the Outer Sea demonic beast's attack. It is impossible for them to not react." Red Crab clenched its pincers and cursed, "They are really King retarded. The Outer Sea demonic beasts have already attacked us, but they are still fighting among themselves. Until now, we have not even received any news of reinforcements. How long do we have to wait? F***CK. Chapter 983. There's actually no internal strife. Interesting. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The commander of the Great Wall of Willowstone must have a steady character, because this line of defense was very important. If it weren't for the existence of the Great Wall, the number of dragon bloodline demon beasts that fought to the death with the Outer Sea demon beasts every year was almost uncountable. Therefore, if he wasn't a steady character, he would never have been placed in this position to guard the Great Wall of Willowstone. No one would make such a low-level mistake. Just like Dong Zhuo in the Three Kingdoms period, if the ones guarding Sishui and Hulao were not brave generals like Hua Xiong and Lu Bu, who had a strong desire to attack, but were instead generals like Su Rong and Gao Shun, even if the 18 warring states' army joined forces to attack the Great Qin Empire, which was protected by the impregnable pass, they would still be defeated like the 6 kingdoms in the warring states period. However, that big turtle didn't seem to be simple either. In such a desperate situation, not only did it manage to stay calm, even the generals around it only suggested to attack and didn't get into an extremely unpleasant situation with it. Interesting. However, you can suppress the allied forces of the Sea Demon Guild, but what about the troops of the Four Seas Dragon clan? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing a ferocious smile. About 15 minutes later, a demon beast that looked like an electric eel came to the Great Wall of Willowstone and said in a deep voice, "Commander, I've found out that there's only one group of outer sea demon beasts that have entered the deep sea recently. It's the notorious pirate Sunken Reef group in the outer sea. It said that they were ordered by a big shot of the Four Seas Dragon clan to attack the Willowstone Sea and besiege the Black Jiao. They also used the line of defense of the Four Seas Dragon clan. Except for them, there's no record of a large number of outer sea demon beasts entering the deep sea recently." Just as Lin Yuan had expected, the outer sea demon beasts that suddenly appeared behind them and cut off their food supply undoubtedly made them gnash their teeth in hatred. Furthermore, the Great Willowstone Wall was the first line of defense that separated the deep sea from the outer sea. No matter what method they used, it was impossible for them to pass through it directly. Just like how Lin Yuan had entered the deep sea before, they had also detected him. However, with the Dragon clan of the Four Seas suppressing them, they did not attack Lin Yuan. Otherwise, the endless sea that was full of demon beasts would not be so peaceful. Especially at the border between the deep sea and the outer sea. The various clans of the deep sea had stationed a large number of troops. If it were not for the Dragon clan of the Four Seas secretly escorting them, how could they not encounter a single demon beast? Good. Red Crab opened his eyes wide and said, "These pure-blooded dragons really treat the Great Wall of Willowstone as their private property. They let whoever they want through without even saying a word to us." King Horse. This time, they let in a group of outer sea demon beasts, which caused our current predicament, and they actually have the face to ask us to find a way to solve the transportation problem every day. Seeing that the demon beasts around all had angry looks on their faces, Big Turtle's heart suddenly sank. In the next moment, endless demon chi swept out, and almost instantly turned the quasi-demon king realm electric eel in front of him into a pile of minced meat. The corners of Big Turtle's eyes twitched a few times, then it said in a loud voice, "Damn it, it is a spy of the enemy. If that is the case, it should have paid attention to the overall situation and reported it to me in private. How could it say that in public? Isn't it disturbing the morale of my army? It should be killed." The surrounding demon beasts with blood-red eyes paused as their commander made a move. There was a hint of resentment in their eyes. Was that electric eel demon beast really a spy? I'm afraid not. They were all existences that were stationed on the Great Wall of Willowstone all year round. They naturally understood their commander's temperament. Suddenly learning that the outer sea demon beasts were actually released into the deep sea by the Dragon clan of the Four Seas, and that the Dragon clan of the Four Seas had been causing a ruckus during this period of time, spreading this news would definitely make these demon beasts extremely anxious. But what if they only told their commander? Then it would still die. It was just that this news would be deliberately covered up by their commander. In the end, their commander was still seeking stability. Right now, it was said that the number of demon beasts was insufficient, but the increasingly empty granary was clearly like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. However, there were powerful enemies on the outside, and the outer sea demon beasts ambushing the supply troops behind them. They could only hole up in the Great Wall of Willowstone to struggle at death's door. Their hearts had long been ignited with a nameless fire. But at this time, a conflict with the Dragon clan of the Four Seas broke out. A cold light flashed in Red Crab's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Commander, this spy has already spread the news. If there is no explanation for this matter, I'm afraid the brothers below won't accept it." The commander's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a cold voice, "Then what do you mean? You want me to confront the Dragon clan of the Four Seas? Can't you see that this is the enemy trying to disturb our morale?" Even if the Sunken Reef was let in by the Dragon clan of the Four Seas, it should be in the Willowstone region right now. Even if it was really done by them, how many demon beasts could enter the Sunken Reef? At this point, the commander's heart suddenly sank. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What this subordinate means is, why don't we beat them at their own game? Red Crab cupped his pincers. He said in a cold voice, "Even if it is a spy, it can't be that the Dragon clan of the Four Seas wants to harm themselves, right? Therefore, the matter here definitely hasn't spread. What I mean is, Why don't we use this matter to counterattack? In any case, the dragon clan of the Four Seas is causing a ruckus every day. They want us to deal with those outer sea demon beasts ambushing the supply troops. However, the matter of the sunken reef is most likely true. Perhaps we can let the dragon clan of the Four Seas go to the rear and clean up those damned outer sea demon beasts? The dragon clan of the Four Seas go to the rear? A sharp light flashed in the commander's eyes. Although each demon beast clan was responsible for their own sections of the city wall, there was no doubt that the dragon clan of the Four Seas built the Willowstone city wall to defend against the outer sea demon beasts. However, they wouldn't leave the important strategic areas to their own clansmen. Therefore, over the years, the ones fighting against the outer sea demon beasts were basically the members of the various sea demon beast clans. The dragon clan of the Four Seas. At most, they would provide support from the side. If the dragon clan of the Four Seas left the defensive line, it didn't seem to have much of an impact. Gulp. Red Crab swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He spoke again. Furthermore, we are only asking them to give us an explanation. After all, they were the ones who let the sunken reef in. They must have counted the number of people. To them, this task isn't difficult. Firstly, it can solve the problem of the supply troops. Secondly, the outer sea demon beasts are currently preparing their troops. We don't know when they will attack. If they accept the order to clean up the rear, they can avoid a direct confrontation with the main force of the outer sea demon beasts. They have no reason to refuse. Then let's do it. The commander let out a long breath. Finally, he nodded and approved of the decision to attack. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.